Live.
Well, good morning. This is our call to order. I am Chris Harding. I am the chair of the Cannabis Control Commission. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the August 13, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Delabato, Wilson, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from the commissioners, followed by a vote on meeting minutes, then the executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 4 change of ownership recommendations, 7 final license recommendations, and 9 provisional license recommendations. There are 5 items under commission discussion and votes: administrative license extension discussion, tier expansion discussion, Chapter 65 emergency regulation policy questions, and discussion of Chapter 65 fall regulatory round, plus the triennial review of executive session minutes. Following commission discussion and votes, the commission will enter executive session, which will be our first one since this group has come together, and we will not reconvene into open session. So hear that clearly. I'll repeat it later, but after executive session, we will not be coming back in here. Okay. I'll ask that the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. And with that, I am going to open it up to the commissioners for any initial thoughts or comments. So we'll start with Commissioner Delabato.
All right, thank you, Chair. I do just have a couple things today. So first, before beginning today's agenda, I just want to briefly share the lens in which I'm bringing to the conversation today, since we have a lot to talk about. And someone recently reflected back to me that I'm consistently bringing a business and economic development perspective to this work, and that's 100% true. And that's because I'm thinking about our businesses, the growth, the evolution of the industry, and the versatility of cannabis as a whole, and whether the foundation we've built is strong enough to support where the industry needs to go next. So this also, my frame of thinking here is also that this means being able to and willing to examine our role as a commission. With every decision, I'm asking who benefits, who may be harmed. Are we creating opportunities, or are we creating barriers? And that includes some of unnecessary red tape. And are we willing and able to take the responsibility to address it? So I've been thinking a lot about that. And this doesn't mean sacrificing our regulatory responsibilities at all. It means being thoughtful on whether our regulations, our programs, our processes are accomplishing what our mission calls us to do and what we're trying to do, and whether we're willing to adapt as we evolve. And I'm just continuously appreciative of our staff and everything that's happening across the agency. And we've all been experiencing and navigating some significant change. And shout out to our legal team also for the extraordinary amount of work that's been putting into our emergency regulatory process, and really helping us navigate and think through some very complex policy questions. So I greatly appreciate that personally. In that spirit, I just want to share that that's really the lens and head that I'm in here today, since we're going to be covering a lot. And just thank you all for being here, and everyone who's tuning virtually. Thanks for tuning in. And for anyone who's going to watch later, thanks for watching.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a great perspective, and I also think it's great that you're laying it out there. I think for our staff, as well as any of the external stakeholders, understanding the lens that we bring to the table is critically important, because what we're doing here is discussing very important, very consequential topics. And then the decisions that we are making are also consequential. So understanding your lens, my lens, Commissioner Wilson's lens is an important thing. So thank you for bringing that forward. And Commissioner Wilson.
I don't have much to add, but I'll piggyback and say, we're a new set of eyes. And I think that this commission has shown a willingness and an interest in smart regulation, not necessarily less or more regulation. It's being smart about it. And to piggyback on the staff comments, staff has had, in my conversations, some very good recommendations and thoughts on how we can move forward on being a smarter, more nimble agency.
Good thoughts. And I'll underscore that as well. So we have a clean sweep. Staff has been terrific. Really appreciate all of the work and the effort in preparing us for meetings like this. And I'll say for those outside that don't understand, due to open meeting laws, the three of us cannot have conversations on policy topics one-on-one, which is, it's like a prize fighter fighting a fight with one hand tied behind your back. And the staff catches most of that burden, and we know it and we appreciate it. And with the luck of the Irish, I'm of Irish descent, maybe we can get that changed at some point. Bit of a longer poll, but in any event, staff catches that burden, and we appreciate you and everything you do. So thank you. Okay. Moving right along. Next order of business is minutes for approval. And we have the minutes, 2 sets from the July 9th meeting. And commissioners, if you have a chance to review those, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a great second.
Second.
All right. And roll call, Commissioner De La Bata
Yes.
and Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
And Chair Harding, yes, so moved. All right. With that, I am going to turn it over to the Executive Director and for the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to move quickly through most of the reports today that are recurring, just in the interest of time. For new items, we've arranged slightly longer presentations, but ultimately, if there is need for significant discussion on these, we'll most likely need to put a pin in them and bring them back for future public meetings, just because we have a lot to get through today. Before the listed items on the agenda, I'd like to take a moment to welcome our new Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Michael Donahue. The Commissioners, organization, and industry will get a chance to know the new CIE as we move ahead. And we're very excited to have him aboard and working with our team and the industry. I'd also like to specifically thank Director Armeninos and Enforcement Counsel Tim Gooden for their leadership during the CIE recruitment and taking on the interim CIE roles. They have continued a significant amount of work during that period of time and continued to set us up for success with our new CIE. Additionally, while I don't usually make public announcements for incoming directors, but given the significant amount of work that we have in the testing space and the focus of the organization as we undertake regulatory discussion on testing, which will come up later today, I'd like to also note the start of Director of Testing Compliance, Andrew Danko. We're very excited for the expertise the DOTC brings to a talented testing team. And I'd also like to express my thanks to the testing team for their incredible efforts with everything we have going on in this space during that recruitment as well. With these hires, the I&E leadership team is now fully staffed, and we will continue to focus our attention on addressing the hiring freeze that has been in place since March of 2025 and has impacted the bandwidth of our organization across the board. No supplemental budget updates specifically today for the board and the public, but noting the significant work that's been going on by the chair, the CFAO, and others to address our current budget condition. And we're very optimistic that those efforts will help us as we take on implementing social consumption, Chapter 65, and the many other significant initiatives that we have on our plates at the moment that are impacting the industry. With that, I'd like to get to the items that we have specifically listed here. Again, we'll be moving relatively quickly.
ED, if I may, I just wanted to underscore for a second. So 2 key hires that joined us this week on Monday, CIE and also testing. And I'm looking across the room. You can't see both Mike and Andrew are here with us today. Significant hires. I think it's a great message to all staff, the whole team, and hopefully to the external stakeholders. But this is part of an ongoing theme. We have other positions we're recruiting for as well. And one of the first things that the ED and I started to address when I joined 2.5 months ago was what is the org structure that we should be putting in place moving forward. The ED had a very well-informed set of recommendations, and we kind of tuned that together, and we're executing on that. And these are 2 key hires, but stay tuned, there will be more. We're very excited about that. I think it's all about helping our capabilities here and our ability to be effective and, you know, as regulators and in supporting the industry out there. So thank you for all the effort and the work there. So back over to you, ED.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For our first listed item under Executive Director and Commission staff reports, we'll bring up Director Celia Williams for an update on the SEP application period. If we could advance to that slide, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director, GC. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm super excited for this announcement. The 2026 Social Equity Program application cycle is opening. We have announced it in our newsletter that went out last week, and highlighting that this application period was going to be opening for new applicants, prospective applicants. The application period is September 1st through November 30th, 2026. When we open the application, we'll also be doing supportive clinics. The first one will be scheduled for Wednesday, August 26th. These will be held hybrid. These application clinics are aimed at providing resources, questions, how do I apply? What is the paperwork needed to, prove that I'm eligible for one of the 4 criterias? And so we're going to be doing those supportive clinics throughout the application period to make sure that anyone has support that they need to apply successfully. We don't want to create a barrier. We want to make sure that people have the opportunity to communicate with us, any hurdles that they may have, and meet them where they're at. Additionally, my staff is always available through myself, phone, direct line. We also have a dedicated email inbox where we field questions and answer any inquiries that we have throughout the period. Well, all year round, but definitely throughout the period, traffic increases. And so that was my announcement that I wanted to make today. Any questions?
Very exciting. Yeah, and I've gotten a lot of questions externally. People were asking us, Edie and I've had a few meetings like, when does it open up? When does it open up? We had met with that was the EOED team, I believe.
Definitely made sure that our strategic partners I reached out to make sure that they understood that the application period was open. So anyone in their cipher can also, be educated that the period is opening. This is an awesome opportunity again.
Yeah.
Why is it really important is because we opened the application around the same time last year. And so we are creating a precedence that prospective applicants can always, understand that this will be a continuous annual application period. Thank you, Executive Director, for, making sure that he understands that the importance of this and making sure that we open up the opportunity, especially as new license types come online, different opportunities within the equity world and community are, populating.
Yeah. I had an opportunity yesterday. I'm starting to reach out when new businesses are commencing operations. I reach out, just have a conversation, just let them know we wish them well, big milestone. And one yesterday happened to be an equity business and talked about the incredible impact that this opportunity has presented. And oh, by the way, they also received a grant. And without the grant, they would not be in business, period.
Definitely, there's so many different opportunities in the social equity program.
Yeah.
It's more than just a stepping stone to licensure. We make sure that we reach out to integrated business solutions, people who are looking for employment, what career advancement looks like, infusing into your company when we're talking about retail, like expansion. What does that look like? Do we need to scale back? We provide a lot of different tools in technical assistance and training, which I feel like is one of the most important parts of the social equity program, because without knowledge, you don't know how to do better if you're not taught better.
Amen. You can give someone a fish, but if you teach them to fish and help them along the way, they'll be a lot more successful.
Exactly.
Remember my 5 things: sustainable, the last one, S. That's what we want. Yes,
So,
Commissioner.
Thank you, Director Williams. I think this is great. I'm excited. I just want to reemphasize and reaffirm the amazing work that's happening, with you and your department and your team. It's incredible leadership, and we've really built an impressive collection of resources that extends beyond, as you mentioned, this pre-licensure support. And I think it's really important for the public to also know that, and I encourage folks to really engage and explore our social equity program, ask the team questions, because it's so much more, like you said, beyond pre-licensure. The curriculum, if anyone wants to take a look, because I have some documents here, I'll pass it down. Let the record show, I pass it down. It goes into ownership and investment and just really understanding the whole industry. And I've been really impressed, diving into it and looking at all the facets of this program. And I'm so excited and eager to work with you, to work with our executive director, and continue to modernize and shift with how our economy is really evolving as we have the new licensures coming online as well. The last thing I'm going to say, so I'll end that note with, folks, please engage, like please connect with the team. Also our internal team, I think it's really important for us to really understand. I like to say that I aim for all of us to be like walking encyclopedias of the work that we do. Like we should know everything, right? Every facet. And it's critical, you know, for our internal team holistically to understand the impact of this work and just the results that we will see and are continuing to see with our operators. The one thing I just want to plug this now for a future conversation since it's around social equity. It's specifically around areas of disproportionate impact. It's a topic I've been really diving into in the beginning. And again, thank you to Director Williams for just and to everyone who's allowed for these like downloads, like these brain downloads of so much information. I am really eager to work with you and others in this particular space, because from what I understand, it's been several years since we've updated the research and the mapping that is comprehensive. And I do believe this is a strategic priority for us because it's a resource that certain agencies are also looking at. I know EOED has recently mentioned, I attended their Social Equity Advisory Board meeting, and it was brought up. So it just flagged something for me. And I think, you know, it's important, our understanding of these communities should be very grounded in current data, while also retaining the historical context that explains why these designations exist in the first place. So I'm very eager to make sure that the research is updated, that it helps us better understand where the disparities are persisting, so that we can address that on how we're looking at the industry, and also reflecting on the, you know, any type of regulatory barrier or opportunity for accessibility that we need to address. And then, you know, it helps us just understand also how communities have changed and where place-based investments have the greatest impact. You know, I've mentioned place-based investments before, and this is where operators, when they're thinking about their positive impact plans, we've seen some of that creativity already with some new licenses that have come on board, and where those business owners are really thinking in terms of community investment. And I think this will allow for this resource to be accessible, current, so that partners, stakeholders externally can use it. So just putting that plug in for us now on the record, so that we can address this and really look at it together. So, and that does require just thinking through strategically on resources and making sure that that's, you know, high on our priority list. So
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you.
I appreciate it. I look forward to embarking with you on that work.
Commissioner?
So echoing all the comments of my chairs, and I think it's great that this is opening. We had a little conversation about the process and the frequency that this has happened. And I think it's great that, I think you said in your comments that this is a time frame that people can rely on, or at least that's the environment you're trying to create, that this is the time to look towards the CCC for this program to be accepting applicants. I did want to ask some questions for us and for the public. Just two things about sort of what is your expectation in terms of maybe the class size, the interest that maybe you've seen as you're going into the opening, how many people do you expect this to help or to be supporting? And then two, your thoughts on getting the word out there about this type of program. Is there anything that you'd like to do to get it out there to more people? Because it's not necessarily, or not two applicants, it's two people that may be interested in a license, and some people may not even know they're interested until they know that it's easier to get one than they may have thought.
Oh, great questions. Thank you very much, Commissioner. So in pertaining to like what the outcome is or what I'm looking for, the eligibility criteria for the social equity program is very unique and super finite, right? And so it's aiming at repairing harms, to Commissioner Delavado's point, of areas of disproportionate impact, people who have been over-policed, and those communities that need to be prioritized, that the legacy market is now in competition with our regulated market and making sure that they have a space. But again, to that point, it's not always about licensure. It can be about career advancement. It could be about integrated business solutions, businesses that support the cannabis industry, and also reentry. You know, those that were previously incarcerated or harmed because of the war on drugs have an opportunity to just re-enter the workforce through these programs. And so it's very specific for that reason. So I don't have an application like a cap, like every time we open up an application period, are we looking for 1,000 people to apply? That's not it. It's specifically driven to make sure that we are reaching back and helping those that were once persecuted for this to have an opportunity as well. I know that a lot of people, find pause or may have like a negative feeling about it, but at the end of the day, it's not a marathon. It's something that progressively we have to work together in a partnership. This is a very expensive industry. And we know how hard it is to get capital, but there are different ways and different tools through resources and education that we can provide someone in their toolkit for whatever their lens is that they are looking for in the regulated cannabis space. This program is also good because the way that we've designed the curriculum. We have the foundational business, predatory lending, business development, business plans, how to work with law enforcement, introduction to the regulations, how to be compliant. So then you understand, like you get into the program and you can understand, well, you know what, maybe this wasn't, and then you can pivot to what something else or where this brings us. The education and resources that we provide in the social equity program extend beyond the cannabis industry. There are things that are transferable into any entrepreneurship at the end of the day.
And if I may,
Word getting out. Do you need any, is there anything we can do to make sure the word gets out?
So yeah, definitely. And apologies for not getting that second question. So shout out to my digital and creative services team, as well as my traditional communications team. My staff and I have developed a communication plan. So what that entails is regular emails, notifications through our social media, all of our social media platforms, also through our email notifications list. So if anyone hasn't already signed up, please go to the Cannabis Control Commission website and just register to get our regular emails. It's good for information with regards to equity or anything that the Cannabis Control Commission is putting out with regards to our industry. And so there'll be regular communications already built into the application period to remind people, one, of the application period, the eligibility requirements, the clinics that we're having that are scheduled, 4 of them, one each month. And so we kind of already have a communication plan, but always welcome it to be highlighted in just reminders in our public meetings.
Sure.
I was just going to say, just reaffirm what you were saying, and also the recent article that was shared through. It was an interview I did with the Latino newsletter.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 operators that were in there, and one of them, a delivery operator, mentions the social equity program, of Mexican immigrant parents, and quite literally was able to enter the industry because of our program. Like, had no idea, and was able to take all of that knowledge and be successful. So, we have the results out there, in the stories that 100% confirm that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to bring up as well next for the HCME item, Director Catherine Minkowski, who will present some municipal data. This is the first sort of significant update since August of 2025. We have released data in between those periods of time, and we may want to take care of that, Chair. We're going to have people coming up, and so Director Minkowski, please. We could also advance to the slide, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you. I think we just need to put the updated slide on, but this is to give the HCME update. So currently, right now, since we began accepting applications, submissions from various municipalities, we've received 59 of municipalities telling us what their represented policies, transparent policies, everything pertaining to host community municipal equity are. Of those, 41 have been accepted or deemed to be determined compliant. Just the asterisks there, out of those 41, 1 is not a host community. So it is a municipality who has a ban in place, who submitted proof that it has a ban in place. So For the purposes of our technology, it has to be accepted. But that is not a host community at this time due to our definition. So there are 40 compliant towns who have, what they have represented to us have been deemed to meet minimum municipal requirements. Of the additional applications we've received, 15 have been reopened. So that means that my team, the investigations and compliance team, have reviewed and sent a determination notice back, either identifying non-compliance or requesting additional information, that what the municipality submitted to us was not enough for us to complete our assessment. Those 15 are still with the municipalities, and we're waiting for them to send them back. We do receive a notification when they're submitted again in Mass CIP. Right now, there's another 3 pending, which means that 3 municipalities have sent theirs in and their review is ongoing. So those will either be accepted or they will be sent back to the municipality. And on the next slide, I've identified a few compliance trends my team has seen with municipalities in terms of confusion over a host community municipal equity, some of the back and forth we have with those host communities to get them to understand what we need to make our assessment. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So in the CIP, so in our portal, within the regulations, they identify 3 options where if they demonstrate these processes, they'll be deemed to meet minimum requirements. So if they're able to show that they do a local approval one-to-one basis, meaning that a general applicant is only approved after an SCP has commenced operations, if they do a social equity exclusivity period for 3 years, or they do the model ordinance that the commission has developed, if they can demonstrate one of those 3, they're immediately accepted because they're demonstrated to meet minimum requirements in our regulations. They're not required to do one of those 3 options. Just if they do, they're presumed to meet minimum requirements. We then also have a 4th option in the CIP, which is essentially an a la carte. They've built their own process, which they're allowed to do. However, if they do that process, they need to demonstrate really everything in 181 related to transparency policies, where they post that both in their town offices and online, their scoring methodologies, really everything in 181. So some of the questions where we've put these determination notices out to municipalities that we've gotten, the HCA process and HCMEs sometimes gets intertwined. So a lot of municipalities will come back and say, we have HCA waivers. Here you go. HCAs are part of it, but you still need to demonstrate how do you put out to the community, to applicants, what your process is A to Z. It really should be anyone can go to your website, anyone can go to your town or city hall and get all the information, including fees, including all personnel that are required in terms of the interaction of this process. If you need to do certain meetings with community officials, what's the scheduling of those public meetings, et cetera. So if you waive host community agreements, that's certainly part of your process, but we need more than that to assess. Similarly, we'll have some municipalities that say we don't assess community impact fees. Thus, we are equitable. That is certainly, again, part of your processes, but we need to see more. It really needs to be outlined, and it's about communication to applicants. So that is some of the questions we get. Additionally, in order to assess your transparent policies, we need you to identify the website where someone can find this information. And that's just not municipality.gov. It's specific. Is this under the planning board? Is it under the select board? Is it specific to the town manager? It's really case by case with the municipalities. We also need a photo of where that information is housed on site. So that can literally be a photo of the billboard in City Hall, which says our equity policies and our processes to line by line apply. While websites are easier for some individuals, I know, personal experience, my parents still pay bills in person at City Hall. That's what they like to do. So it needs to be equitable and accessible for really all of the applicants involved in this process. They also need to provide goals and how they're going to measure those goals. So just saying we want to encourage and promote equity within the municipality, how? How are you going to assess that? You can say we want to, we want to advertise more to social equity businesses. That's great, but are you going to go back and look at that? Are you going to look at a year ago, this is where we were, this is who applied for the HCAs. Is it a fee issue? Why aren't we getting more SEBs applying or SEPs? So they need to put their goals, how they're going to promote it and how they're going to measure it. And then they must also indicate how they're going to evaluate and score and where that's going to be publicly identified. Some municipalities, their websites are fantastic. They have all the people that have, all the applicants that applied, all of the HCAs, all of their scoring metrics and the public meeting minutes. Some, it's certainly less than that, but they need to demonstrate to the commission how they're going to evaluate it. So that's very clear and transparent to applicants if they're going to put in the time, effort, and money to go through this process. So they can fairly assess which municipality they may want to be located within. They need to be able to see what the full process is.
Commissioner,
I have two questions.
you can go ahead.
Just going back to the one, so the three different ways that you can sort of meet the minimum requirements. The one-to-one, is it by license type, or is it like you can open a cultivator and then open a retailer, or does it have to be within the same license?
General applicant to SUP.
And then my next question just is around municipalities do a lot. They have like a lot on their plate and they often don't get funding for it. I guess I was curious, maybe it's to the executive director, why would a municipality do this? Like, what are the benefits that are they getting from the HCMEs?
They're complying with Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. And so ultimately, what the Acts of 2022 were identifying is that the equity role of the CCC extends in many ways to the host communities. And so it's truing up where I think people found some blind spots previously. I think what we've seen is, again, to Director Binkowski's point, every municipality is a little bit different in how they approach some of these. So, in some areas we have folks who have an HCA waiver, and then, their point is we would like to not necessarily have any different process for a cannabis business than any other business. And they've shared that they feel like the HCME creates a different process for them. The intent behind it, again, is to identify the fact that the CCC has an equity mandate and the municipalities play a role in that. And so kind of the execution of Chapter 180 is what Director Binkowski just kind of summarized. I think obviously as well, and I think Commissioner De Lobato will share some of the work that she's looking at in this field. We are happy to evaluate the best ways to make this efficient for municipalities to achieve the intent of equity in the space. But this is implementing Chapter 180.
Let me rephrase it, which is not like, it sounds like, it's kind of, I wouldn't say a trickle, it's some municipalities are doing it faster than others, right? And then we have one that's done it, even though they have they're not a host community. I'm curious about if there's ways where we make it an attractive thing to do. And that's why I sort of said that, municipalities are probably the more strapped versions of the government that we have in Massachusetts. So,
right. I think Commissioner De Lobato, I would highlight, wants to sort of, I think, lay the table for some of the work that she's doing in that space. I would just highlight to your point about where we've come so far. So Director Binkowski provided an update to the board August of 2025. At that time, there were 3 HCME reviewed and accepted by the commission, which was Cambridge, Lee, and Shrewsbury. Shout out to them for being at the head of the process. 23 were still under review, and obviously many more extended. So we have made progress. Municipalities have worked with Director Binkowski's team. And yet, I think, to your point, there are some things that we should discuss about how to make this full compliance in a way that works for municipalities and also achieves our mission. So I think probably more about the direction for that. I would pause and see if Commissioner De Lobato has kind of directional thoughts that will probably be coming back to the board, the chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this update. There's a lot of work that goes behind any type of equity, behind the equity framework, right? From a social justice perspective, when we're looking at economic mobility and economic progress, it is challenging work, right? Anyone who's doing this, and I say this also as a DEI practitioner, like it is challenging because there's a lot of intangibles, there's a lot of justification as to why, and so thank you for everyone who's been part of this process for years, because it's very hard to implement, and it's, these conversations are tough. And to Commissioner Wilson's point here, I mean, municipalities have so many things to deal with. Fun fact, number one, thing that most cities and towns hear from is like potholes. It's like the number one call from constituents. And I think it's a funny, fun fact. But anyways, my point is there are so many competing priorities at the municipality level. And this work, from my perspective, and working with many of our municipal leaders across the Commonwealth, I really believe that there needs to be a lot more invested time with our municipalities. And I know that's a big priority of mine, like working with our cities and towns, getting to know our city councilors, our mayors, our select boards, our town managers, who are all essential implementation partners in absolutely everything. So I've mentioned this before very, very lightly, but diving deeper into our HCA and HCME framework, I think as the industry continues to evolve and mature, we're at a point where I do think it's an opportunity to rethink how these requirements work together, right? Because we want to streamline. We want to be able to reduce unnecessary duplication. And main focus and priority of mine for all of us is being able to embed equity directly into the structure of our agreements, right? Rather than treating it as separate obligations, because that's what we have. We have folks who are like, yes to this, no to that, maybe because I don't understand the equity piece too much, so we're going to defer from that. And when we're able to treat both as an embedded process and expectation in every agreement, then that allows us as an agency to really walk that walk, right? So it's how we work, it's how we breathe, it's how we look through the lens of social equity in our work. So I'm eager to work together to update this framework and think creatively on how to incentivize, being able to streamline and modernize this process a little more. Because this was mentioned in EOED's Social Equity Trust Fund public meeting, they did mention in that they're exploring municipal incentivization, where municipalities can apply for the trust fund. It is not anything that is set in stone. And there are conversations and meetings that we'll be having, executive director and myself, with EOED to really explore what some of those relationships with EOED, municipal incentivization, does HCAs or this type of compliance with us have a connection and a link there, right? Where we're able to have this three-pronged relationship. And this would be, an agreement that folks would need to be in compliance with, right? In order to really look for any type of additional funding. I firmly believe when we create that type of environment, it allows for municipal leaders and any stakeholder in cities and towns to just lean in and really learn about what our intent is behind this work. And then also provide some framework. Municipalities very clear, like they prefer, like, here is your checklist, right? And we don't want to tell them exactly what to do, but let's be a partner with it. Like, what is going to make your process easier, cities and towns? We want to hear from you, right? In order for you to do this, what do you need from us, right? And let us create that together. So this is just a couple little nuggets of conversations that we will have before us in the future, in the near future, and things for us to really seriously consider in terms of just process improvement. And like I said, really embedding this work into individual agreements and what the environment can look like moving forward. So thank you. And I really look forward to working with you and just, so many other members of the team as we think about this from a historical context, like what has worked, what hasn't, and like really use that to inform how we move forward. Yeah.
Anything from the
Yeah,
chair?
just quickly to underscore, you help us. Where can we make it more efficient, more effective for those municipalities? I know there's a lot of work that went into the red tape working group and everything else, and there are 84 items, I think, off the top of my head. We're already starting to address some of those, which is great. But in your world, in your lens, what you're focused on with the municipalities, how do we make it better? Not going to get you on the spot here, but in the not too distant future. So come up with your top 3 or 4 recommendations on how we can tighten things up a bit.
There's certainly areas to streamline the 181 regulations. They do not need to be as long as they are.
We are all about, remember my lens, safe, equitable, efficient, it's hitting 2 of the 3 pretty hard right there. And then transparent and sustainable, which also is in there too. So thank you. Appreciate it. ED?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to Commissioner De Lobato's point, a lot of these things are going to be coming back in future meetings. So some of what we're talking about is teeing up. I'd highlight the one point as well that Commissioner De Lobato made about kind of the HCME, HCA. That's a good example of where we have commissioners assigned to different topics, which we'll also talk about shortly under the shelf of it, audit notices, where topics will overlap with different commissioners' points. And so for those items, obviously, they'll all be coming back through public meeting as we go ahead with those discussions. HCA, I believe, is assigned to Commissioner Wilson, whereas HCME is assigned to Commissioner De Lobato. So again, all of those things for folks at home to understand, those will be coming back on future agendas. Okay, and then I will be doing the next slides. If we could advance to social consumption, regulatory implementation. I think this is becoming sort of the monthly update. Obviously, a lot of interest from folks, as we heard from Director Williams on the opening of the SEP application round. A lot of the folks who are looking at that are teeing up to be ready. If they're eligible for the SEP, then they may be eligible for applying for the social consumption. So we've got interests that align with all of these topics. So briefly summarizing, if we could move to the slide for social consumption, please. There we go. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So I think, again, at any given point on all these topics, we could take quite a while, and we're moving quickly intentionally. But the things I want to highlight here compared to a previous month slide, for example, now that we're doing this on a monthly basis, is that on this slide, we have significantly more date-specific information that obviously draws a lot of interest from folks who are planning ahead, whether it be folks applying to the SEP, EOED who wants to know our timelines because they understand the economic development opportunities here. So first, I'd like to just credit the entire team on the multiple working groups here as the implementation continues to progress rapidly. I would also like to highlight Juliana Kazuski as the project coordinator, herding many cats on these 3 new license types. Slide 1, as I mentioned, has the project timeline, which we did talk about last month, expanding on the RVT update with a August 24th launch in Mass CIP. So we are getting very specific on some of these, which is obviously exciting to a lot of folks in the industry. We're also currently projecting to have supplemental license applications open in Mass CIP by December, which obviously aligns as well with our original projections when the regulations were approved. For slide 2, if we could advance to the next slide, I'm just going to note many of the original points that were made on this implementation. We're building in new items into the antiquated licensing system, right? So Mass CIP, obviously we're aware and we are looking for funding to upgrade or replace. And so that is a major component of the things that we've identified from the very beginning with this implementation. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We need to build these 3 into the licensing system while we look to upgrade it. And we have assigned, as I mentioned, kind of originally with everything going on and our budget discussions, we have a significant amount of personnel assigned to this implementation to move it as quickly as we have been. And so in this regard, what I'd highlight again is to maintain the speed and the emphasis we have on the implementation of social consumption, while also getting into the very robust conversation we'll have later on implementation of Chapter 65 in the regulatory process. We are going to need additional resources to maintain the pace that we're on, and we'll hopefully have updates for that as we get into our September meeting. And so with that, obviously happy to take questions on any of the actual information. We'll be updating this monthly, but also just want to note on the previous slide where we referenced that hospitality is our current assumption coming up after supplemental, which we are projecting to open in December. I know that Commissioner De Lobato has had the opportunity to meet with some of our external working groups and folks on that regard, and has some other things that she'd like to flag that we'll be coming back with and potentially discussing as we advance.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate everything that Executive Director shared. Just big shout out to the team, lots of different work. There are many interconnected pieces into launching this entirely. And this is just a brand new part of the industry. So to folks also tuned in publicly, I will ask for your continued patience, as we continue to really think this through thoughtfully, and also invite your continued engagement. That feedback is critical for us, meeting with external stakeholders, with our operators. There's some really creative suggestions and ideas that have been brought to my attention and other members of the team, and all of that is taken seriously. And we take that feedback seriously. We take it back to the table because we have an incredibly knowledgeable team working across the agency that, as Executive Director shared, are actively dedicated to ensuring that this rolls out successfully. So with that, I did want to just clarify that point that we are scoping both social consumption license pathways and simultaneously doing that the specifically for hospitality and the event organizer license. So we are scoping those both simultaneously. And, we have this assumption, but it's not predetermined on which one will be available first. So I just want to make that very, very clear. And that decision will be informed by the work, and the information that we intake. And also just for folks to engage in this conversation with us, it's also including just operational and technology readiness that is critical because we're expanding licensure. The events organizer license, for example, is just a very different literal license in our system. So we need to make sure that we have the technological infrastructure ready to go so that we're not doing things incorrectly or needing to backtrack or clean up any of that internally. Also, keeping in mind all of the municipality needs. So the conversations with our municipal stakeholders have started. We've received already great feedback, very direct, and candid feedback as well. I'm just like, this is what we need. This is what we don't need. This is what we have questions about. And I think those are all valid because it helps us understand others that perhaps we need to bring to the table. And it helps us kind of rethink if we need to pivot or include specific aspects in this rollout that allow for seamless transition across the board. And so that is also really important. So a lot happening behind the scenes, and just I want folks mainly to know that we're looking at this very comprehensively, and we'll continue listening, working collaboratively, and making sure that decisions necessary to give social consumption the strongest possible foundation for success is top of mind.
Question, Commissioner, in the feedback you received, is anything jump out? Was there any one thing or two things where they're saying, we need help?
I think the number one, or a theme that has come up, is more so on specifically on the events license side, making sure we think through how inspections work, how we work with events, how we work with municipalities. And because our regulations and the current framework that we use, it's all within a brick and mortar, foundation, literally. And it's so different on the event side because there isn't a brick and mortar, right? We're talking festivals, we're talking these one-off events, and there's two sides to this. We have operators who have very strongly, and other advocates as well, in which I agree with this comment, in this mindset where it's the events license allows for just easier entry into the market, very little overhead. You're not spending hundreds and thousands of dollars in order to invest in a physical space, et cetera, right? So it is by nature a much, much more affordable and accessible entry into the market. The flip side is, how can we, as the regulatory body, ensure that we are, that the environment is safe, that products are being used for what they're being used for, and making sure that we're really understanding everything that's going on there. So I think, that's where a lot of our heads really need to come together and think creatively with our stakeholders, because they're going to roll out one way or another. And we have to come to the table and think about how this is going to be the best, most effective and safe way to ensure proper rollout. So that's been those are the biggest themes that come up.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Just one quick question. So I have heard from some municipal officials, and I'll be honest, this is a learning for me because I don't know the answer about the ways to opt in for the social consumption. I saw on the agenda something about a web portal, but I've also heard language around modifying their bylaws or ordinances. So I'm just curious if you can just walk through for the public, just and for me, honestly, how communities can opt into social consumption.
So I'm going to apologize in advance. This will not be in legal terms. This is just like lay people language right now on how I'm going to explain this. And Executive Director, please like tap in and help me out here. So cities and towns have to opt in either by town ordinance. So their select board will have to put something out at town meeting, in that specific type of governance. For any town, city or town that does have a select board model or governance structure, a lot of town meetings have already passed. So it's either a fall or spring schedule. So we're looking way much further out in advance, unless I know we have our executive director who was town manager before. So it's a little bit clunkier on that side. And then on the city side, we have either a city council that will put out an ordinance or the mayor. There's also the voting constituent organizing where they can put something on the ballot in November. And actually was it Haverhill that just recently? Yeah, so Haverhill just recently organized and they were able to put that question on the ballot, voters themselves. And so those are the various ways to opt in. And that's just the first step. There's a lot of updating to zoning that may be required. There's a full list somewhere. Actually, you know what? I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director. I'm going to pause there.
So I think for the most part, we have an FAQ out. I know we're updating it based on some feedback just to, be very clear. I think some of the confusion that we've seen so far, and I'm additionally going to go very layman's terms here. So some of the confusion that we've seen is a municipality may have zoning that would theoretically already allow social consumption. Does that mean they are opted in was basically a question that we received. And the answer is no, it means your zoning is compliant and you don't need to update your zoning. Theoretically, obviously, they should check with their town council or city council. And so that was one of the questions was basically there is nothing in the regulation, which was an intentional decision by the former board to not add another layer of necessarily municipal control that exists strongly within the statute. But ultimately, the answer from our side is the opt-in. We will have a form. We want to hear from the municipality when they are all set. One of the things we've also said is you get a town meeting vote or some vote until it is confirmed by the Attorney General's office, which is a normal process for their municipal law unit. It is not formal, and then you're not opted in until everything is in order. But ultimately, we have a form that we are looking for municipalities when they are opted in and all of their T's are crossed and I's are dotted to let us know. We then add them to the municipal tracker. So some of the concern that we might hear is, well, if my zoning is already set and I waive HCAs, then somebody may be applying to the CCC when we have not made the affirmative decision to opt in. Well, the answer in that regard is, first of all, you may want to look at your zoning if you don't want it to allow something. But ultimately, from our perspective, if you're not opted in, we're not putting you on the zoning tracker. If we receive an application and there is nothing confirming the municipal support for this, that is going to not allow that application to move forward. So there is a requirement that these municipalities are at the table, they're opting in, they're part of this process. There are many mechanisms within that framework. The most common would be an HCA. I have an HCA with a municipality I am cultivating. I would like to add to my HCA or the additional HCA for supplemental on top of my cultivation, right? That is obviously a specific action the municipality would be taking. In the waiver process, again, it may be that somebody feels they may be able to apply. And then the step would be for us to be confirming with the municipality that they are in favor, that they have opted in through a variety of different mechanisms that Commissioner De Lobato mentioned. So we will have all of those things going on in guidance. And again, to Commissioner De Lobato's point, a lot of what we want now is the wording of those guidance documents to coincide with what the municipalities need to do this as efficiently as possible. I'd flag that at least one municipality has gone through the town meeting process. And I would envision as we approach October through December, which is a major town meeting schedule, that we'll know kind of more fully those people within the town meeting governance structure, what that first set of folks will look like. That is generally just the cycle of town meetings. City councils can obviously move a little bit quicker and those types of things. And we do have some of those working with us as well. Most of those go through town council formats that represent a lot of these communities. So they're also at the table and they're providing a lot of guidance as well, which we want to make sure is trued up. So I think that answers your question. I get the confusion because there are multiple ways that we would be able to work with the municipality to say, have you opted in formally? But we would not be adding anybody to our municipal tracker without an affirmative decision of the municipality to do so. The mechanism they choose to do so is often going to be based on their governance structure and those types of things, which is why the guidance is kind of widespread.
Sure, I have one follow-up.
Go right ahead.
And this, it's kind of off the cuff because it was generated by your comments. So if you don't have a full answer, I totally understand. Are we thinking that HCAs might be required for the event organizer versions of these?
So, and I'll obviously defer to general counsel if he feels differently. In some areas, we may see somebody being HCA'd out of a municipality similar to delivery, right? So I have an HCA with a municipality. This is the location of my business. It may be a PO box, and I am now registered. I have a business that is licensed with the CCC, and I may be going to other municipalities where I don't have an HCA, and I may be able to do an event. That is certainly one of the ways that we've discussed in the past. Again, because of the HCA waiver and a variety of other things, we'll see sort of how some of those businesses progress, working with municipalities, but ultimately the answer would be in an event organizer as a business that runs events. You would be licensed through the CCC, and therefore you would have an HCA. In most scenarios, the HCA waiver would be kind of the middle ground there.
I'm sorry, one follow-up, I apologize. So if you're in, say, Boston, and you have an HCA to be an event organizer, I guess I could see a situation in which you could have an event in another community.
Mhm.
You wouldn't need an HCA in that other community. That's why that was your comparison to delivery.
Exactly. And I think the reason that we're having the discussions on what logically comes after supplemental between hospitality and event organizer is because in a lot of those situations, the event organizer, unlike hospitality, which is a set space, supplemental, which is a set space, event is moving. And the way that municipalities will look at an event organizer is very similar to what they currently have now. Now, they're not apples to apples, but they do one-day liquor licenses all the time. The ABCC structure is what they use, and an event organizer may, a one-day liquor license may be granted to somebody who's doing multiple different locations. The issue for us is that the person who is going in front of that local licensing authority, whether it's a select board, a city council, et cetera, is going through whatever their local process is above and beyond what our regulations and our processes state. And so those are some of the things that we are still working through with municipalities of what they would like to have in those processes that we may be able to assist them with, because we'd like it to be as efficient as possible as well for the licensee.
So much more eloquent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
ED.
Okay, and so I know I had said we were going to move quickly, and so I apologize. I probably put too much here under executive director staff reports, but I know there's a lot of interest in this one. So we do have two folks coming up for the Secret Shopper pilot report, and I want to highlight specifically as well, shelf audit notice is the way to look at this presentation. So I don't want people, well, they will explain kind of the overlap and the shelf audit versus Secret Shopper lingo. So we have Enforcement Counsel Tim Gooden, and we have Investigations Manager Tim Barwise. The Tims is an appropriate way to reference them as a group.
ED, depending on how long this takes, if we can power through items 4 and 5, then we'll take a quick break. And if anyone needs a break prior to that, just let me know.
Thank you for advancing the slides. You're all set.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Eady. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. You're doing well today. Thanks, Tim. So today we're presenting, well, for all of those who don't know, for the public, my name is Tim Barr. I was an investigations manager working on the shelf audits. Today we're reporting on our findings for the first large-scale shelf audit, which was focused on potency and label accuracy, specifically for finished retail available flower products. So we're talking about consumer available buds, pre-rolls, packaged products. And this initiative is an outgrowth of the task force work that did lead to the development of a potency accuracy enforcement standard, as well as numerous procedures that kind of facilitated this, and the mechanisms we're using today: sample collection, chain of custody, testing submission procedures, and the like. One of the reasons why we chose to begin with label accuracy for potency is that it actually touches on one of the most critical points in the testing system, which is the beginning, sample collection. So representative sampling enforcement is really necessary to improve downstream testing accuracy. ITLs are only supposed to be testing product that they receive as received. So that means that the licensee producing the sample, collecting it from the batches, need to ensure that they're following the testing protocols, representative sampling instructions, and that aligns with how they enter information into the seed-to-sale system, and really guarantees to the end user, whether it's a patient or a consumer, that the product that they have and the test results on that product are truly from the batch that was that it came from. Of course, some of the benefits will be of this type of focus will be in licensees paying more attention to the representative sampling and ensuring that they are looking at our protocols, ensuring they understand it, and it will have the downstream effect of improving testing accuracy, including for contaminants, not just for potency accuracy. And so I guess a way to summarize that is to say that the producers really probably share the proportionally largest amount of responsibility for testing accuracy, although ITLs are critical. When we're talking about percentages of deviation from the label, or for the presence or absence of contaminants in a batch, it really does begin with the producer, and we're making sure that they understand their role and are accountable to it. So I do want to add too, through our task force work and through regular sampling and focused inspections at cultivators, product manufacturers, we have noticed that there are significant instances where licensees have deviated from this and they're not collecting representative samples. So we've been issuing notices and following up with investigations in that area. And this is hopefully going to cast a wide net and ensure that licensees know that we will audit them and they have to look at their processes. So just to summarize that and to play into what Travis was alluding to, this is stemming from the groundwork laid by the task force. It's really the first stage, first iteration of what we hope to become an ongoing compliance program. And it does nest, we're calling it shelf audits because that's specifically the tool being used. It nests sort of within our authority under Section 303 of the regulations, which is titled Unannounced Investigative Activities Secret Shopper Program. Of course, that section encompasses all sorts of other activities like checking on retail compliance, for non-testing related matters, but that's kind of where it lives in terms of our regulations. So I just wanted to touch on our criteria here for selecting these samples in the first run. All of this work was done at the end of fiscal year 26, which concluded on June 30th. What we did was we looked for products made available for retail by cultivators that were finished flower single strain products. Meaning no strains were blended, necessitating additional testing. It was really just straight to the source harvest batch. And we looked at pre-rolls and buds that were packaged. We made sure that the samples we collected had been tested by an ITL no more than 90 days prior to our collection, and in most instances within 60 days. That was to ensure that the testing results were as fresh as reasonably possible. And what we would do is we would go to a retailer that had the products. We would collect them and we would assemble a blind sample of a sufficient amount of product, which was a minimum of 10 grams from a single batch, and then submit that to the same ITL that produced the compliance result. This would have the effect of ensuring we're comparing apples to apples, right? If the licensee that produced the product claimed that it came from a particular batch, well, we got products exactly from that batch, sent it to the same lab that would use the same methods within that time frame. And that way, when we're looking at our results, what we did was we asked them to test for the full cannabinoid profile, and we would look at the total THCA and total Delta-9 in a triplicate test, meaning they would subsample the 10 grams 3 times and then run 3 tests on that. We would average the results across those 3 tests to give us what our audit total THC amount was and compare that to the labeled amount. Total THC, for those who don't know, is an equation of the delta 9 and the THCA present in a product. It's not an exact addition equation. There's a weight variable that has to be configured in that, and all of the labs use the same one at the same calculation that's been published by the commission. And then we would compare that to the label and see if we had any outliers according to our enforcement policy. In this round, we were able to sample 62 producers, which is a significant proportion of our overall number of cultivators with final licenses. Just for reference, we have about 156 cultivators with final licenses. 62 of 110 licenses is what I am using for this figure here, because we, in that time frame, only had 110 licensees that had a retail available product, meaning, you know, a lot of cultivators just produce for biomass, particularly outdoor cultivators. They're not making something retail available, or they didn't have sample that was within the 90 days. So we didn't sample them. And we sampled each of these candidate licensees once in this round. So each licensee got one product pulled and tested. So overall, by the end of fiscal year 26, we accounted for about 56% of the candidate licensees. So it's a pretty good spread overall. And then Tim will talk about the findings and the enforcement of those findings. But I just want to touch on our next steps briefly. So what we're going to do is evaluate this process overall and look for any areas for improvement, make those changes, and then we're going to continually and gradually audit licensees within this framework until we've obtained coverage across all cultivators that are doing this. And we're also going to start developing ways to audit for different product types and different contaminant types as well. We're looking at moving into edibles and concentrates, marijuana infused products too as part of that. And overall, we hope to just achieve a systematic process here that we can have as an ongoing program for surveillance testing. And I just wanted to briefly thank some of the investigators who supported this process, doing field inspections with us, sample collection, and particularly investigator Kerry Lewis and investigator Amanda Molina Dumas, who were critical in kind of assisting me in the day-to-day as we did this extremely intense rush of shelf audits at the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Tim. And if we could just go on to the next slide. So this slide represents an overview of the results that we obtained through our audit. So we've broken these up, and we've been kind of colloquially or internally referring to these as the green, yellow, and the reds. So if we're looking at green and yellow notices, we are viewing all of those results as compliant. So those are within that 25% deviation. We are separating these between results that were within 15% of the total labeled potency, or those that were between 15 and 25%. The reason behind that is because with the green notices, the ones within 15%, we are simply providing a notice to the licensee subject to the audit that they were subjected to the audit. The results are compliant, and it's more of a positive notice there. The yellow notice, those are still compliant. We still view those as a positive notice. However, we are also including an advisement to just say, hey, the results were kind of a marginal pass in some of these instances. So we're recommending that they take a look to ensure that the representative sampling processes, their internal SOPs were followed, or to perhaps check their representative sampling processes to ensure that they are indeed achieving a representative sample, or sample that is representative of that entire 15-pound batch. For the 13 samples that we received a non-compliant result. So those are substantially non-compliant with our requirements for an accurate label. So they are more than 25% in deviation from the labeled figures. So in total, 13 out of the 63 samples, that represents just around 20% of the total samples. So can we move on to the next slide, please? And then, so just talking about kind of the next steps for our enforcement of this process. So like I indicated on the last slide, all licensees are going to be receiving a notice with their audit results. So just want to briefly touch on kind of where members of the public can find these notices. So I want to give a shout out to Director of Digital and Creative Services, Emery Burt, and her team, who graciously helped us with developing a new investigation and enforcement portal. So a link to that can be found at the footer of our website, the main commission webpage. And so all of these notices, green, yellow, red, will be included on a tile there. So you can click into those, members of the public and look at those as well. Additionally, for future notices, in the event of a contamination detection, because this program is going to encompass not just potency, all various contaminants, et cetera. In the event of a public health, safety, or welfare instance where we need to notify the public, those would be published on the in the Public Health and Safety Advisories portal on our website. So there was a link in the portal, and then also Director Burt assisted our team with developing a new testing portal that is going to be accessible through the INE, or that is accessible, excuse me, through the INE portal, as well as linked in the footer too. So there are multiple ways to get to that. The testing portal, just a note on that, that was derived from listening sessions held with ITLs. And so it provides a central location for all information related to testing guidance, protocols, enforcement announcements, and those public health and safety advisories. So for the licensees that our testing results or audit results were outside of that allowable deviation, they will receive a notification that identifies that the products have been determined to be substantially non-compliant, that we are placing any remaining products from that batch on administrative hold, and outlining next steps for the licensee. So as indicated on the slide up here, there were really 4 different options. One, the licensee may destroy those products, any products remaining from that batch, which would would require a recall of those products to the cultivator or the product manufacturer to destroy those products. 2, they could recall the products and repurpose those. So really we're looking at like taking the flower and extracting that, making a distillate, et cetera, from that. They could recall and relabel the remaining products with the commission's test results, or they could retest the products. And so in essence, that retesting option serves as a way to basically appeal the commission's audit and submit for further testing to see if the sample that we pulled was anomalous of the overall batch. I won't get into the specific process here unless there are specific questions on that, but in essence, those are the 4 options that are going to be outlined for the licensees. And so I do want to note in this instance, this is the first time we're going about this. So there may be some packages that have been completely used at this stage, but as Tim noted, as we are going through and doing a routine auditing process, we are going to get faster at this. We will be more up to speed with those, and we'll be able to make this kind of a consistent and routine part of our compliance and auditing program. So with that, if there are any questions, happy to answer those.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a question and a couple comments. So question is on when will the notices be going out to the people that are not in compliance?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the notices are going to begin going out today. And that will be consistent across the board for the compliant notices as well as the non-compliant notices.
And then just my comments are, I think this is really a great program. I'm glad that we're moving in this direction. And I've had conversations with the enforcement team outside of their public meetings just around how this works and looking into ways to strengthen the machinery. I think that one of the powerful aspects of this particular type of program are the upstream market effects. So if you are mislabeling, in theory, maybe that's related to your COA, your certificate of analysis. So the producers that are going to be receiving these recalls will be rethinking their entire logistical flow. Do I want to reuse this lab? So I'm thinking that this one activity can have a lot of beneficial impacts to our regulated market. And then number 2, just for the commissioners to be aware, you stated that each sample was tested 3 times. So they had to subsection and then test them. And we used our ITLs and we paid them for that. So one of the limiting factors, as I understand the program, has been our funds to pay our ITLs. And there are different ways that we can address that or deal with that going forward, whether it's regulatory changes or something of that nature. But I'm just keeping that in mind that we are paying for that, and it's but it is an important activity, and there are ways that we can improve that. So great job. Thank you guys for that work and for coming up with this that started before we three of us got here. We want to strengthen it going forward.
Commissioner?
Echo that. Oh, gosh. Thank you. Great work. If you can remind me again, and explain why, I'm just curious, why are we going back to the same ITL versus it being a random testing to any of the other ones?
Sure, Commissioner. In this particular instance, we wanted to really just make this as smooth as possible. And so we are aware that, there could be a concern, particularly from an audited licensee, that if we're using a different ITL than they used, that the results might not be comparable. Not that we necessarily agree with that, especially for this type of analysis, but just to minimize on any potential counter argument and to ensure that we have really an apples to apples comparison, because sometimes they might have slightly different calibrations or handling processes for their sample prep, or even storage conditions pre-test that, I don't necessarily think would affect the outcome, but a audited licensee might contest that. So we wanted to make it as smooth as possible, and that was an easy way to do it, if that helps.
So if I take it to its conclusion, I see the options: destroy, recall, repurpose, recall, relabel, and retest. What about the consumer? If they have the product now, and all of a sudden, that notice goes out and the retailer knows, and can they just walk back into that retailer and get a refund? I mean, how does that work if they still have the product?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in that instance, our enforcement action is not going to kind of delve that far into this process. However, any retailer, et cetera, I think to Commissioner Wilson's, they might want to consider kind of their options with respect to those products that they purchased, what their options might be. Additionally, I know in the past with some notices, public health and safety advisors, et cetera, where there were contaminants of concern, there's a business decision the retailers might want to work with the consumers to kind of provide some sort of customer service. What that option is kind of a business decision for those retailers.
I'm just thinking about this whole cyclospora thing we're going through with the lettuce, right? And what do they say? Take it back to the retailer, immediate refund, and oh, by the way, go see your doctor. But yeah, I mean, it's a parallel, I guess. I mean, it's public safety. By the way, it's two of my safety and transparency. So I'm wondering, and you probably know it was a leading question, because I'm wondering, what should we be doing there? Should we be mandating that they provide a refund? Should we be, in theory, it's not the fault of the retailer in this case. And, the other thing is, this is fascinating. Maybe we can have another conversation, because there's multiple chains in this, chains of custody, and where is the problem occurring? Is it in cultivation? Will it be in manufacturing? Is it in, as you go down the chain? So there's so many questions I have in this one.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just add one other point. So when if in any instance where there is a non-compliant test sample, we are going to be placing any remaining products on administrative hold. That notice will obviously go to the product manufacturer or the cultivator that actually created that production batch. We will be separately notifying any affected retailers that do have this product. So they will get a heads up on that as well, as those are going out. So we are trying to communicate with them as much as possible, but as you indicated, our assessment right now is that the problem is largely focused on kind of the representative sampling, ensuring that that sample is reflective of the batch to the best extent that they can. Obviously, marijuana is a non-homogeneous material, so it can be difficult at times. However, the retailer, like you noted, is not ultimately responsible for what is on that label, but they are the conduit for which the consumer will actually get those products. So,
got it. Yes.
May I add something, Chair? I think you're raising a really good point that this supply chain is rather complex. We were careful to make sure that we simplified this as much as possible, so that we're really attributing what's on the label to the producer that pulled the sample and sent it to a lab. We did QC our labels against what was entered into metric and on the certificates of analysis to ensure that there was, parity there and not an error on the label necessarily. But yeah, there's a lot to chew on and think about here. One of the things, and I'm not going to really recommend anything right now, but some producers do outsource some of their packaging to intermediaries, another product manufacturer or a micro business. Now that licensee may be serving as kind of a warehouse or maybe providing labor at their premises to take the product and the test results from the cultivator and put them in retail available packaging, apply the label based on the test results provided by their vendor, right? And then could go to a retailer from there. Another thing to bear in mind is that we don't have any regulations around specifically how these types of products are marketed by the retailer, except for that they have to be, there's no false advertisement, right? It has to be accurate. So when it comes to what's on the menu, menus typically list certain values like total THC or something called total active cannabinoids. Now, we don't define what that is. We don't have any sort of standard for how to calculate that. But it's a common figure used for marketing these products. Whether or not it has any sort of relation to potency or perceived effects, I think that's arguable. Total THC was chosen because there is a physiological effect experienced by them. And it is mandated, right, in our regulations to be on the label. In fact, cannabinoids are the only values from testing that are mandated to be on the label. We don't require the results of contaminant testing, just that it passed.
Right.
So there's a lot to think about here, and there are, when you're thinking about the consumer experience, what are they making their purchase choice based on? And if I may add one thing that I think might be of interest to you when we're thinking about improving testing regulations, it's been discussed that pre-rolls in their final form may warrant final form testing because they go through a separate handling process, as well as the wrapper being consumable, unlike most other products. And I wanted to note something I didn't bring up, but of the 20% of these products that we found to be non-compliant for potency, 62% of the pre-rolls we sampled and audited were non-compliant. So it is disproportionately high for that form of flower. So just food for thought, and it's going to be one of those figures I'm going to be paying attention to when we continue this type of audit, and we'll make that information available to Travis.
Helpful. Thank you very much. Any other questions, commissioners? ED?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim's. Report from Council Gooden and Investigations Manager Farwaz.
I'm hoping if we can get the licensing data quickly, then we'll take a break.
Director Coble is going to come up. I think, again, we do this every month. I think she'll highlight strictly anything that's changed. And if there's no Q&A, I think for the most part, again, we do this not just for the updates to the board. These are tracked for posterity as well as you look back at previous months. So we will continue to do them. And if there are no follow-up questions, should be quick. Commissioner Coble. Director Cole.
Did you like it? Could I just get it?
Congratulations.
Thank you. That was quick. All right, so let's go to the first slide. Thank you. Again, not much has changed since last month. I will highlight that we have one additional marijuana establishment that has received commence operations since last month. Next slide. So on this slide, we have deemed another approximately 50 HCAs compliant since last month. And the non-compliant HCAs are remaining steady around the low 100s. Next slide. So for extensions, we received another approximately 55 extension requests, and the total number of extension requests granted has increased by 43 to a total of 2054. So we have seen a little bit of, at least over the past couple of months, there is a little bit of reduction because we were more around the 100 mark every month. So now, I don't know, for the past couple of months, it seems like we're more around like 50/60. That's all for me, if you guys have no questions. Super quick.
Super quick. Any questions, commissioners? All right, ED, unless you have anything else, I'm going to see if we can have a motion to adjourn. And given that
Break.
is,
Not-
or
not
break,
adjourn.
not adjourn, break, whatever. Okay, thank you for the correction. So it's 11:30. And I'm thinking since we do have some beefy stuff to get through, maybe we take enough of a break that we can grab a quick bite to eat for anyone that wants to do so. Would everyone be amenable to a 30-minute? That way we can do that and then jump back in promptly at noon. We good with that? All right, so we will see everyone back here at noon to continue on in the agenda. Thank you. All right, we are a few minutes behind, but we are back online. Thank you, everyone hanging in there for the executive director and team to give the reports on the prior 5 topics. We are now going to move into licensing. And ED, if you'd like to take it over and hand it to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are turning it over to the licensing team who will work through agenda items Roman numeral 5, 6, and 7. Director Cole?
I will pass it to manager. Okay, we're going to start off with staff recommendations on changes of ownership. The first licensee here is Analytic Labs LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use marijuana license and are requesting to add 2 individuals. Commission staff has reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Anything anomalous in your analysis? No? All right. Any questions, commissioners? And by the way, this category we will be voting on individually. So Analytics Labs, any questions? All right. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Right, roll call. Commissioner Delabato?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. Analytics Labs approved.
The licensee here is Ascend Mass LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use marijuana licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Terrific. Anything of note on this one? No? All right. Commissioners, any questions?
No.
All right. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Delabato?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
The licensee here is South Coast Apothecary LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use marijuana licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Terrific. Anything of note here? All right. Any questions, commissioners?
No.
No? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Delabato?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
The fourth licensee is Temescal Wellness of Massachusetts LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 4 adult use and 3 medical marijuana establishment licenses and are requesting to add 1 entity. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
All right. Anything of note?
No.
All right. Any questions, commissioners?
No questions.
I actually have one thing that I picked up on, and I just, for clarity, in the change of ownership overview, it says that the application request is for complete acquisition. So I'm just curious about the relationship there and.
So in this instance, the specific change of ownership is a full outright, they're essentially selling to a whole different entity and ownership structure. So whereas in the other 3 instances, they're adding individuals, just, keeping the same essential ownership structure. In this case, they're just selling outright.
So quick follow-up to that, the original owners, when you go through this assessment, is there, do we connect with the original owners just to make sure that things are?
So the FIT team will do an interview with the all parties from both sides, and we'll ask certain questions about, the proposed transaction, and they'll have a whole due diligence process that they go through.
Okay, and no red flags?
Not that I'm aware. Usually they would put it in the report, so I didn't see anything in the report.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Delabato?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Now on to staff recommendations on final licenses, and these we will be voting on as a group. And I'm going to note that Commissioner De Lobato will recuse herself from this vote. Any,
So actually, Mr. Chair, after consulting with General Counsel, I think I wanted to just disclose that I know one of the folks on the core empowerment final licensure application in a professional manner preceding my time here at the commission, and feel very confident and comfortable that this will not affect my impartiality in my decision making, if that works for you.
fine by me? Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have discussed the matter with Commissioner De Lobato and am satisfied that she may proceed.
So I had it wrong. I was told recusal.
If I could just add
Yes.
context, obviously, within our new parameters with 3 commissioners, we'll obviously look at all of these for your own personal interest as well. We want obviously you all to feel comfortable voting on these matters. But in most instances, it's a relatively high threshold
Okay.
for recusal here. And so obviously the best thing for everybody is to just be transparent, which as Commissioner De Lobato is doing. But, in very few instances, with a 3-member board, will we require recusals? And the general counsel is always there to support you in those decisions.
So what do we refer to it as if it's not a recusal? It's just a note?
At this point, it's just a disclosure.
Okay.
Which the commissioner has done.
Great. Okay. I had it wrong in my notes. My apologies. So with that said, over to the licensing team.
These are generally done in a batch. There are 7 adult use final license recommendations for the commission's consideration. Commission staff has reviewed the applications for compliance and applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
All right. Anything anomalous in these? Anything of note? Oh, okay, great. Any questions, commissioners?
I have,
Go ahead, Commissioner Wilson.
I think it's one question.
Yeah.
Wrapped in a couple parts. So I just noticed that 2 of the licensees have had provisional licenses since 2026, whereas a number of them have had provisional licenses for at least 2 years, one of them going back to 2020. I guess, do we know any reason why it's taking so long for some of our licensees have we looked at that?
It varies. So what we've seen it literally across the map. It's either that they're trying to acquire investors, they're trying to do a build out, and usually the build outs can take a long time, but also the investors can take a long time. I mean, unfortunately, we have seen cases where we've had people in the provisional stage for 5 years. So it's kind of all over the map.
That's something that I guess I'm just encouraging us to maybe explore that. I don't know if we do I guess the term in corporate would be like an exit interview, or as you moved on to the next stage, like, why did you go through that stage? When we were doing the reg hearing, there was someone who asked about not being required to have their property for that time period. I don't
Correct.
know. I don't know how I feel about that, but for some people that have had it for 6 years, I guess, to then move on to the next stage, it's just something to think about. So
Yeah, definitely.
In just to further that one, if there's something we're doing that's causing that to take so long, that I would really like to look at. Back to kind of red tape and other stuff. If we're causing in a way that's inappropriate for them to have to incur costs for an extended period of time, that's something we should look at. What do we need to do to change our process? I would say.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, so what I was gonna say to that, I think it's the way the licensing system was set up from inception. The fact that you have to go through provisional and then final and then commence operations, I think that in and of itself may cause, part of the delays because you are in the provisional phase before you can even move on to acquire.
But is it mandated how long you have to stay in that provisional phase?
No, not at all, no. But I think people jump to get into the provisional phase to get all the municipal requirements done and then don't realize that to actually open, you're gonna need more capital, more build out and all that stuff.
Commissioner?
And just to add to that comment, and also just for my understanding, the provisional license, essentially, we expect our licensees to essentially have their site, right, essentially operational, almost at a point where their build outs are out, they're like all of that.
So not to get the, excuse me, not to get the actual provisional license, they have to have a location, so they do have to have a property.
Yep.
But once they get the provisional license, some of them, yeah, the building might already be all set for whatever reason. What will happen though typically is after they get the provisional license, they'll apply for an architectural review from the investigations team. And that's when they propose, this is the build out, what we want to do. This is where we're going to set cameras, so on and so forth. And then the investigations will do their due diligence. And then after that, they'll continue with the build out part. And once that's all wrapped up and essentially, set, then they will request a PPLI, which is a post-provisional license inspection, also from the investigations team. In which case, our investigators will go in and check to see, is the vault adequately secured, just certain compliance items in our regulations. And then if they pass that, then we get the PPLI report, and then we recommend it to you for final licensure. You're welcome.
Commissioner?
Just to maybe close it out is, I know we have a lot to do in terms of the regs from chapter 65 and everything, but maybe just something we can coordinate just around getting something where we hear from the licensees, their experiences going through the different provisions. And to your point, do we need the provisional license? Do we need for all the license types? All those things. How can we help people move it along? If we're in the way, to the chair's point,
Right.
how can we get out of their way in a way that makes sense?
Right.
All right. Any other questions? Nope. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Moving on to staff recommendation on provisional licenses.
The applicant here is Gadsden HP Incorporated. The proposed location is for our General Edwards Highway located in Sharon. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. The applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
All right. Anything noteworthy? No. All right. Do we have any questions, commissioners?
Maybe just one for the, maybe it's for the GC is so we have to do these one at a time.
That's correct. Sorry. Yeah, these are individual.
Okay.
Yep.
I have no other questions.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Next.
The applicant here is Grateful Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 723 Washington Street, located in Quincy. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. This applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Wonderful. Anything of note here to discuss? All right, commissioners? Right, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
The applicant here is Hardwick Mill Greenery Incorporated. The proposed location is 94 Main Street, located in Hardwick. They are seeking a marijuana product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. The commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Anything notable here? All right, any questions, commissioners?
No questions.
All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
The applicant here is M1 Enterprises LLC. The proposed location is 1 Industrial Road, located in Milford. They are seeking a marijuana cultivation license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. There's nothing noteworthy.
Look at you getting ahead of me. Love it. Okay, commissioners, any questions?
No.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
The applicant here is Pioneer Valley Trading Company Incorporated. The proposed location is 34 Granville Road, located in Southwick. They are seeking an indoor marijuana cultivation license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. Nothing noteworthy here either.
Terrific. Commissioners, any questions?
And I just have a quick question on process right now. Under the Pioneer Valley Trading Company business that we're looking at, we have 3 license types that are under that. So we're going to go through each 3 individual. Are we?
My understanding is individually, GC, we vote on each of those licenses.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Nothing else.
Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion to approve the first for Pioneer Valley?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Dillabato.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Second license for Pioneer Valley.
The applicant here is Pioneer Valley Trading Company Incorporated. The proposed location is 34 Granville Road, located in Southwick. They are seeking an outdoor marijuana cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review for its license type. Commission staff has reviewed that application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. And there is nothing noteworthy on this license either.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? I have one. Given the 3 license types, do they have any prior licenses? Pioneer Valley?
I'm not aware off the top of my head, but we can check. I feel like the
Just curious.
name sounds familiar.
A lot going on, indoor, outdoor, and cultivation or
Yeah.
manufacturing.
Yeah, we can look into it for you and
Yeah,
follow up.
that's fine. Just more out of curiosity.
Mr. Chair, and just your question, isn't 3 on the application interview thing? This license applicant has is not associated with any other license applications or licenses?
If it's on that document, then yeah, I was just trying to open that to see what it said.
Faster than me in the 292 pages. Anthony, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Dillabato.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. And then the third license for Pioneer Valley Trading.
The applicant here is Pioneer Valley Trading Company Incorporated. The proposed location is 34 Granville Road, located in Southwick. They are seeking a marijuana product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. Again, there's nothing noteworthy on this.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
No.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Dillabato.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Next.
The applicant here is Route 133 Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 1625 Andover Street, located in Tewksbury. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. There's nothing noteworthy on this license either.
Thank you. Commissioners?
No.
Questions?
No questions.
Just have a question. And you don't need to answer this right now. Does Tewksbury have a number of licensees at this point? I'm just curious.
I would have to look that.
Yeah, that's fine. We could take that offline. I think this may be the first one that's come in front of us from Tewksbury in our 2.5 months, if I'm recalling. But anyway, so no further questions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call. Commissioner Dillabato.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved. Next.
The applicant here is Westfield Ultra Premium LLC. The proposed location is 98 Sergeant T.M. Dion Way, located in Westfield. We are seeking a medical marijuana establishment license. This applicant received general review. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with the applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote. And there's nothing noteworthy on this license.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners?
No questions.
And just a quick question, if you're, the positive impact plan, this specific applicant is looking to donate an X amount of dollars annually to an organization. Do you know which one that is? I mean, it's on here. I just curious if,
We will check it back.
There's
Yeah,
any more
we'll check their positive impact plan and we'll put it in the chat.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any further questions? And do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call, Commissioner Delabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved, and I believe that concludes our licensure.
Thank you.
And thank you. Appreciate all the work. And sorry to hit you with the questions, but as we're getting up to speed, it's part of our education process as well. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think next we are on to commission discussion and votes. ED, I'm going to hand it over to you, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a couple talking points here. The general counsel will take it away. We're going to maintain Director Coble here as well for the license extension if there's any questions. So I'll hand it over to the general counsel.
Thank you, Mr. ED, and good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'll do some brief table setting, and I've invited, and as ED has mentioned, DOL Coble is here to answer any process-related questions relating to this item. As you've discussed earlier, municipalities play an important role in the licensing process and must agree to and sign an HCA to allow licensees to operate within their borders. A compliant HCA or an HCA waiver is required for licensing by the CCC. Chapter 180 explicitly granted the CCC authority to review and approve HCAs. Obviously, a number of HCAs were signed before Chapter 180 went into effect. And a number of municipalities have contended and continue to contend that the CCC does not have jurisdiction over HCAs that were executed prior to Chapter 180, and they have refused to renegotiate or agree to compliant HCAs with their licensees. This has left those licensees in a limbo state because they could not renew their licenses without a Chapter 180 compliant HCA. As a result, the former board granted a series of administrative license extensions to allow licensees to continue operating while the HCA issue was addressed. Despite the Commission's best efforts, that issue has not yet been resolved in court. The legal department has moved to intervene in several lawsuits pending between licensees and municipalities in the hope of getting a court ruling that would clarify the legal issue, but so far that hasn't been successful. One case settled before we could get a ruling from the court, and the other is still pending. The prior board, through a series of 4 votes, had authorized a total of 965 days of administrative extensions, and the first licensees will begin to exhaust those extensions in October. So further action by this board will likely be required to preserve the status quo and keep those licenses operating. This may be an issue that you wish to consider at this or next month's regular meeting. Whether or not you decide to do that here today and take a final vote on that matter, there's another issue that does require more immediate attention, and I'll just raise that for you here. So I mentioned that the prior extensions were rolled out over a course of the 4 separate votes. And the way they were rolled out, the first extensions, the first 120-day extension was allowed for any purpose. It wasn't restricted to anything more than that. The subsequent extensions that came after that were limited to HCA compliance related reasons. And so the way this has been set up is the first 120-day extension has to be used first before the other extensions are allowed to be used. That has created some issues for the licensing team, and I'll defer to the Director of Licensing Koval to answer questions about that. And also has made it difficult to track some of these extensions.
Yeah.
So it would be helpful for the board to perhaps loosen that restriction, if you will, and allow that 120-day extension to be taken before or after the HCA-related extensions. And so in the event that the board does want to consider that, I do have some motion language available for you. And I'll turn it over for your discussion.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, or if I'm understanding correctly, we have some that are reaching the end of their possibility for extensions. And that's coming as early as October.
Yeah, Director of Licensing Cobell will check me on that, but I believe that's.
Yep, that is correct. The
Then
first.
what happens for those that hit it in October? If we do something,
So if we do nothing, they wouldn't have a compliant HCA, so we wouldn't be able to approve their renewal or whatever application they have in process. And essentially if they are operational, they would have to shut down because they would expire. So in this instance, the first licensee that's hitting this, it's October 26th. So essentially, if we do nothing on October 26th, unless they can get a compliant HCA from now until then, they would have to shut down.
interesting. Commissioner,
Quick question. Do we know how many, I'm sorry if you said this, how many operators are in this specific situation? Yeah.
That's harder to, oh, are you going to, go ahead. Oh, I thought you started saying something. That's a little bit harder to ascertain right now because of our data, the way our data is received in Mass CIP and everything. I mean, there are, I believe, I cannot put an accurate number on it. We have a few, as you've seen, we have a ton of extensions being used for HCA related matters. So we definitely have a few.
yeah, well, I mean, how many did we have requests this month? 50 some?
50. However, the data for extensions doesn't only encompass HCA related extensions. So it doesn't mean that those 50 are all HCA related extensions. They could be also the 120 catch-all that GC was discussing.
And unpack, so if I heard the GC correctly, this flexibility to take the 120 day for any reason and use that in that life cycle as opposed to upfront, help me understand why that is beneficial.
So previously, so the way the motion was initially written, what would happen is, let's say I wanted an HCA related extension.
Yeah.
The first 120 days, I would have to use it for that matter, the way the motion was written. So let's say after that, I needed to use another 120 days because I'm trying to get certificates of good standing. I no longer would be able to use that because I had to use my first 120 days for HCA reasons, even though I
can only
technically
get it once. I
Pardon
can
me?
only get that 120 day one time.
Yes, the 120 days for any other reason is just, a one-time
Okay,
delegation, yeah.
interesting. Okay, so that flexibility you believe would help.
Yes, definitely, because we keep seeing people that, essentially they'll use their first 120 days. Instead of dipping out of their HCA extensions, they have to use the any reasons ones, and then they won't have any left to use for any reason because.
In any event, it's a short-term fix we're talking about here because the real problem is getting these HCAs in place.
Exactly.
In yeah, okay. Other questions, commissioners?
I just have one, just on the authority for the extensions. So you're saying we can do it by board motion? It's not a regulatory change?
Correct. Yes.
Is the extension in the regs? I haven't looked.
The extensions are authorized under the regs. Yes.
If I could.
Yeah, jump in, Edie.
One of the most common questions, and I know it's covered here, but just want to reiterate, the collection of the fee, right, is still done through the extension process.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is an administrative burden and those types of things, which part of this extension discussion is really, again, to address and provide options for licensees that are, not being able to get compliant HCAs for reasons outside of their control.
Yep.
But, from an overall perspective, the fee collection, those types of things, these extensions are not getting people around their obligations. And it obviously Director Koval's team and the finance team, it does add administrative steps here, but that is the intent, is to not allow this to hold them up if it's outside of their control. And so therefore we make the process work kind of in some ways manually as well, but the licenses are fees are collected. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. And am I to understand that the major hurdle in getting new HCAs is that the existing HCAs are quite favorable to those communities, those host communities, and they don't want to give that up. And the businesses are saying, based on the new rules of 2022, we want to renegotiate those, and the towns are saying, or cities and towns are saying no. Is that a fair understanding?
That is fair from my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. And what was the big difference in the 2022 laws that made it advantageous for the businesses to renegotiate those host community agreements? What was different? I'm not the expert, but I think I know, but I'd rather hear you say it.
Sure. Well, the Chapter 180 added a number of conditions to what is permissible in an HCA and what is not.
And they don't want to recognize that.
And the argument that has been posited is that since those HCA's predated Chapter 180,
That
they were
Their
grandfathered.
grandfather.
Yeah,
And to your point, it's been working its way through courts. We had one that's settled, another that's hanging out there. Okay, and what else can we do on our side to be supportive of getting compliant HCA's? Now, we know in the Commonwealth of Mass, for anyone who's listening, very deliberately, the way we are set up, we have the state and we have 351 of our favorite communities, okay? And they are, for the right reasons, very empowered. They really are. But at the same time, having a 351 goat rodeo doesn't do anyone in this industry any good. So with that being said, what can we do from our seat, do you believe, to affect the change that we know needs to occur?
well,
Or is that a longer conversation and you're saying to us right now, hey, give us flexibility on the 120 days. That's kind of, a little Band-Aid and gives us a little more time. And we want to be more thoughtful about how we consider what we can do as we try to collaborate with those municipalities that Commissioner Dell'Abate has talked about. And I've got a lot of background there too. I was commissioner at DOR. We had Division of Local Services, which interfaces very directly with all the cities and towns, as you know, GC, as we work there together. So is it a longer conversation? Do we want to just solve this one issue today, or do we want to have a greater conversation today?
I think just given that what else is on the agenda here ahead of us.
Yep.
You may not want to take the extra time here today.
Mhm.
As mentioned, we do have a little time before the first licensees are impacted by this. I would suggest that at least going forward with the 120-day flexibility
Okay.
gives the licensing team the go-ahead they need here today.
Okay.
In response to your other question, I think, apart from a legal clarity through the courts, other options are just to do some outreach with.
Engage.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I like that. Commissioner?
I also think that, as I mentioned earlier, the potential proposals and work on, the merging of HCA's and HCMEs and just what that could look like in the future. This conversation is important because we'd have to look at, the way I'm approaching that work, one that has to be holistic, in that sense. And I think if we were to introduce something in the future, this is where Lee would have to come in on like how it would capture, from inception of the commission and making sure that any future proposal in the HCA, HCME, like municipal pipeline of that work or the municipal portfolio of what we offer, is a requirement for everyone. So that there isn't this argument that anyone predating those dates are now exempt, which that doesn't make sense to me. But I guess I understand the argument on that side.
Yes.
And I was able to get some rough data from July 20th. There are approximately 82 licensees with 138 licenses currently on HCA extensions, which would
On the clock.
signalize that they would have issues acquiring a compliant HCA.
Somewhere in the next 3, 6, 9 months. So we gotta deal with this one.
Right.
Okay, so Commissioner, any other questions? And I know that you have had experience working with many of these businesses as well. So I don't know what your thoughts are.
I don't have any specific questions on this. I guess thinking about what you and Commissioner Dell'Abate were saying, Mr. Chair, was I'm the lead on the HCA committee. Maybe we convene some sort of listening session with these particular group of communities that have not adjusted their HCA's that are causing this extension.
Do we know how many communities it is? Yeah, how many municipalities?
Again, the data is a little difficult, but roughly around 70.
Oh, it is. It's
Yeah.
not like,
I was just gonna say, I would advise more one-on-one conversations with municipalities. I know that's a lot versus like catch-all
I can share
listening
that.
sessions.
I've started to reach out to the MMA, and I think one of the things that I've seen through this is that one commonality is the representation, who they're getting advice for on this topic.
Yeah.
So I'm not against one-on-one, so I definitely support that, but it also, could be able to talk to let them know that they're part of a relatively small group, honestly, of the Commonwealth that are having this negative impact on the industry.
And I think the MMA is a great thought as well. And the ED and I have talked about this, again, back to my DLS days, and they were always a very good, engaging partner representing every municipality. But I love the, getting these under table and looking people in the eyes and building a relationship and understanding is also a great way to kind of get through it, especially if you have 3, 4, 7 of them that are really intransigent.
Or even if it's per county, it allows for a little bit more candidness versus being in large groups. Because each municipality has multiple things that they are prioritizing for their expansion and their growth. And, everyone's going through their housing crisis and everything, right? So they're dealing with all of these balls in the air. And I think having a much more curated approach with our municipalities, even if we target by county, there's more relatability there to a degree. And I think we'd get more buy-in at that point. That's more work for us, but I think that's our responsibility.
No, I agree.
ED, you have a thought?
I was going to offer, obviously, Executive Director Chapdelaine at the MMA is a good resource. We're obviously engaging them through other items as well right now. And so happy to work with Commissioner Wilson as the point person on HDAs. And, obviously always happy to talk with these municipalities. I think individually, just based on my former experience and work with Commissioner Wilson on that as well. I think obviously what Commissioner Wilson just identified is what we're seeing, and that is also borne out in the cases that the General Counsel has looked to intervene. I was going to say intercept. We're getting ready for the NFL season. I think within that, I'm happy to go that route as well. So I'm happy to follow up with Commissioner Wilson on this. I think to the topic today, if the General Counsel could put in the 120-day item. So the 120 days, I hope, if the commissioners are in favor of, I think gives the licensing team kind of the flexibility to work with our licensees and will be very helpful. I think it sounds like what we'll do is bring back the question of another general extension for HCAs to the September meeting, unless I'm misunderstanding. And then if there's any other talking points that you all want, you can go through myself and the General Counsel. We'll prepare that for September. Again, I think at this point, an extension on HCAs is certainly not the actual fix, right? But also one of the things that I said the last time, because I had the opportunity to have just joined when this happened last time, is what we don't want is to, by our own, inaction, theoretically provide leverage within a negotiation right now that is set up to be an issue starting in October for a licensee with a municipality. So while it might not be the actual fix, I think we also probably want to consider it just as a placeholder while we are working on the other angles. So that would be my only thought, as I shared with the previous board. But other than that, if there's any questions on the 120-day extension motion or anything like that, happy to talk those through.
Yeah. On the thought, then we should get to the motion. But what I would love to do, and I'm looking at Kajal, I'll look at licensing as well. Staff has already heard me say this. If you're going to put a turd in my punch bowl, okay, help me get it out. So think of us, this is a turd. How do we get it out of our punch bowl? So what I would love to do as we engage with MMA and municipalities is have some potential solutions and paths we get shaped together. So think about that. Think about, I don't want to just go in there saying, you gotta sign a deal. I mean, that's what they've been doing now for 2 years, 3 years, some of them. So that's just food for thought, and we can obviously take it offline. But unless there's any other questions, should we get to the motion, talk about that? It seems, from my perspective, it seems very reasonable, gives them flexibility in using that and maybe buys a little bit of time while we're trying to work this stuff through. So commissioners, any questions on that? All right.
So I did put the suggested language in the chat here, and I'm happy to read it if you'd like.
Please do.
The language reads, the commission's votes of August 11, 2022, May 23rd, 2024, February 25th, 2025, and October 9th, 2025 regarding administrative license extensions are hereby modified to allow the 120 calendar days for any reason referenced in the August 11, 2022 and May 23rd, 2024 votes to be used at any time during each renewal period, regardless of whether HCA-related extensions are granted before or after such 120 days.
Okay, any questions on that language? I think that's good. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Dillabato,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved and approved.
Thank you.
And thank you for engaging. It's an important topic and it's going to become a problem soon. And we all have a perspective in this one.
I do have some updates from your previous questions that I got. So for Tewksbury,
Yeah.
we have 2 adult use that are commenced ops.
Okay.
One that's final licensed, one that's provisional, and the one that was approved today. For Pioneer Valley Trading,
Yeah.
there was a mistake. We do have 2 retailers. However, they were listed as LLC versus Inc. That's why they were missed on the documentation. So they do have 2 existing retailers. And then your question about Westfield Premium, they intended to donate $5,000 to the VFW.
I guess I'm just, this is something that you have to go back and sort of look at, but I guess I'm curious why were the LLC, is there something specific about that structure is why it didn't show up on the other associated?
So the way the system looks at it, essentially, let's say you have common ownership, but you have different business names. It counts as you're a separate, you're not within that same entity. So essentially, like, if I have Net LLC, not Net, but Olivia's Cannabis LLC and Olivia's Cannabis Inc., they would be counted as 2 separate entities, even though I'm the same owner, because it goes by the structure. That's just, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say we just probably should take another look at that because equity and ownership and the questions I get in the public around hidden ownership. And I was really relying on that section of
So
when we grant things.
in terms of caps, we definitely it would still count towards the caps, no matter what I name my business, so even if I call it Olivia 1, Olivia 2, Olivia 3, I would still count towards the ownership caps. But if in that documentation, you're looking to see essentially the common ownership, we can tweak that to show like all the other licenses that may be in different names that have common ownership, if that makes sense, if that's helpful.
Commissioner?
I have a quick follow-up. So if I understand what you're saying in this particular situation, every owner, do they have like serial number that's attached to them? And can we run reports where it's like Olivia Dispensary, all
Yes.
your businesses will fall under that?
Yes, correct. I can run, we have reports that we can run by the entities in control and the persons with control. So I can, to your point, I can pull Olivia and I can see all the associated businesses that I'm on. The caveat to that though is that, let's say myself and Suko are on 3 licenses, but I'm also myself only on another license without Suko. That will also show up on the report. So it won't be common ownership. I will have interest in another license, but without Suko. But what we can do for the documentation we provide to you is maybe just zero in on the common ownership. It sounds like that's what you're looking for.
Well, I guess what I'm just, because it was the answer to the chair's question about whether or not because they had 3 licenses, whether or not they were associated with any other licenses. And I guess I would have expected the answer to that question to have been in 3, which was, are they so, that it was right there on the thing. So I'm just surprised to hear that it wasn't, that there could be another situation where they're not shown. That's all.
Yeah. My question is just driving on making sure that we are like fully aware and able to run information where we know exactly who's associated with who, whether it's common ownership or individual ownership, so that we don't have things that are falling between the cracks like that.
Yeah, no, definitely. In terms of caps, that, I can reliably say that we are short, from the reports that we have from our third-party vendor, we can identify, everybody that would be, I would be associated with. So it's just in terms, that's more like an administrative fix for the form that's provided. That's not more a report thing. It's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Right, next topic. Tier expansion discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So included in the board packet, which is available in the public version as well, is a just quick summary from myself to the board on this issue. So at a very high level, and then I can drill in or answer any questions, I am looking for direction on tier expansion requests. So as indicated in the packet, packet as well, that what we have is a request to expand from 2 different businesses within, excuse me, the requirements of the regulations. They are, everything is in order and could be approved, over 85% sold basically, and some other simple facts within the reg. So what gave me pause, excuse me. Apparently I should not have mowed my lawn yesterday. Or even out the weeds, as I should more accurately call it. These 2 businesses, again, have everything in order. There is no timeline requirement for me to turn this around. They hit my desk. And given the former board's approval of a cultivation freeze, which was then reviewed by you as the incoming board and reaffirmed for a 4-month period, which we are in the middle of, I'm putting this more in the context of not necessarily just looking at these 2 requests within the context of the regulations, but more so within the intent of the board, which is what I'm looking for clarity on. So I feel comfortable not progressing with these 2 requests as of now and communicating that back to the requesters. But I would not want to do that without getting that clarity from the board. And then additionally, if there's other steps, obviously Commissioner Wilson had a discussion with the board, which we are also requesting feedback on for tiers in general and that process, which we are expecting feedback, I think no later than the end of September. Within that context as well, I'm happy to sort of wait for either of those discussions to proceed. But again, you have the kind of summary here. Happy to review it if there's any questions, but just general direction from the board after deliberation would be helpful.
So thank you, Ed. I think what you proposed is in the spirit of what we've already done 2 months ago. But my question is, when we reaffirmed that moratorium on new cultivators, we had asked for data to be provided within 90 days. So if I'm correct, we're probably 30 days away from getting that feedback on intended consequences, unintended consequences, other jurisdictions that may have gone down this path, and what was the outcome.
Okay.
So if that's all fair, and within 30 days, I guess by the next meeting, we'll have some of that feedback that we can review and discuss. From where I sit, it seems reasonable to me. We did put this as a moratorium, and we should hang with it until we get more data.
Right.
But other thoughts, questions, commissioners?
Just a one question I thought. Are these, so our moratorium exempted SEPs, social equity, are these SEPs, these 2?
I will look into that status and get back to you during this discussion.
I looked for that. I didn't see it.
I didn't, yeah.
I didn't see it in there, but it's a good question.
And then just my thought was, accommodation to you, Mr. Executive Director, my preference was that tier exemptions come to the board for us to look at. I mean, tier expansions come to the board for us to look at and decide whether I should move forward or not.
My recollection, I thought we had delegated that tier expansions, correct? That was one of the early things that we did when we started.
I thought it was renewals.
Well, I mean,
Renewals.
GC, renewals.
It certainly was renewals, yes.
Okay.
I think under the reg, the tier expansion is, I'll have to read it again, but I don't want to say anything out of turn here, but
You let us know.
I think there was a provision in the reg.
So renewals was.
Renewal is what you had voted on
You
previously.
got it. Okay.
Yes.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, I think to that point, in one of the conversations I had with Commissioner Wilson, prior to obviously our joint deliberation here is, I think ultimately if the process we want in a tier expansion, given what the intent behind a cultivation freeze is, what the board is currently looking at, certainly I'm comfortable with a process where tier expansion requests are brought on the agendas moving forward. How we create that mechanism, I'm happy to look at. And ultimately for these two, obviously that's what I'm kind of proactively doing here because I don't feel comfortable, with kind of the board's intent that I have at the moment through the freeze. If I could also just note on your request, which was to look at other jurisdictions that have done freezes, which was in 90 days and should be back in September for Gov Affairs to put together kind of a jurisdictional analysis. One of the anecdotal things from a jurisdiction who has done a freeze is during that freeze period, what we saw was our cultivators grow more within a tier structure, which goes back to Commissioner Wilson's point on the issues with a tier structure. And therefore, production continued to increase, price continued to drop. Now, again, this is not simply a price conversation, and there are other elements for the board to consider. But ultimately, those are some of the anecdotes and some of the feedback that we will be seeing through the review of what other jurisdictions have done through these freezes. So as I've viewed this, we're looking at, and so for anybody who's looking at home, this is on page 71 of the public facing packet. We're looking for one tier 5 outdoor cultivator to go to tier 8 was the request. And under the regs, everything is in order. And then one to go from tier 10 outdoor to tier 11 outdoor, which is the max tier. So, again, I think the reality is if the intent behind the freeze is to look at the overall production, that's again where I'm hitting the pause button. So to Commissioner Wilson's point, I'm happy to bring these to the board in terms of the mechanism for the reg question versus delegated authority. I'll rely on the general counsel for anything that we need to button up there.
I can get back to you on that. I don't think, again, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but if there is anything to button up there, we will certainly take care of that.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so do we need a motion on this or is this just informational at this point?
Unless the board is not in favor of me pausing these requests and just bringing them to the board, that is my intent. Okay. And if the board members are not agreeing with that fact, then that's what I'm looking to understand.
Hopefully, I guess my position in terms of applying clarity, I would love to know that people are requesting them. I think during the moratorium, we're not going to be acting on any of these unless they're SCPs. Is that
That would be my intent as well. Yeah.
Okay, and just confirming that these are not SCPs. These two specific requests, that does not mean that we would not have an SCP cultivator who may. And so to that point, just to, again, get the clarity, my intent would still be, even if I received a tier expansion that I could approve within my authority, I would still, during this cultivation freeze, intend to bring those to the board.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But I would obviously highlight their SCP status.
Any other questions? I guess with that, we are in support.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next topic, chapter 65 emergency regs, policy questions. So
We are going to bring up Deputy General Counsel Michael Baker. And he will bringing up some other folks under the following agenda item, but we'll be handling this individually.
while I'm doing that, is there anyone that can turn the air on in this room? I don't know about anyone else, but with a suit and tie, I'm getting a little warm up here.
We
Maybe be
will,
deliberate.
we will put that in.
I'm like, I don't know. It's because you're thin. I'm a big dude.
Wear guys' packs.
Gotta do something here. I should be drinking a nice coffee. What's that? You don't want to sit in front? No, well, they were kind of locked. That chair was like a little hard to get through there, so I get that. That's fine. We can look left. We can look left. Right, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Great to see you. All right, so we have a lot to get through in both agenda items, so I'll try to be quick with our explanations. So we have gone through these emergency regulations again, the first time in the commission's history that we chose to go emergency regulation route. In order to finalize those regulations, they need to be sent back to the secretary by the end of this month. So we have a few questions mainly pertaining to ownership and control to bring back before you for this conversation. That will give us some clarity over the next 2 weeks to redraft the red lines and then have them ready for the 25th to get final approval. So at a high level, that's what we're seeking today is just clarity on ownership and control in light of the public testimony that we have received. We've talked about this offline with you all, so you have a sense of the reasons behind our proposal here. In the public meeting packet, there was a list of 3 questions we could turn to at this point. The questions really are different options here of what we would recommend as next steps relative to ownership and control. The first being essentially remove ownership and control from the emergency regulations. Table that so that we have further discussions, especially regarding the issue of control. Again, there was some varying interpretations based off of public testimony, which makes us pause right now before finalizing and seek greater time to wrestle with the current definition of person or entity with direct control. So all that is to say is under our first recommendation, again, we would recommend removing ownership and control provisions and moving forward with finalizing the regs before the end of this month. I'll pause here for questions.
So if I'm to understand, and I know we did have a conversation about this, the legislative intent that we had taken, we believed, in order to create the emergency regs, we've gotten a lot of conflicting feedback in the public process, in the input, in the written and in the open. And therefore, you're recommending that portion of it to be pulled out for now so that we can explore it further to make sure we're very confident in the approach that we're going to take on what does it mean to have control. There's all kinds of implications. There's equity implications. There's, the feedback I've heard, everything from more MSOs coming in and squeezing out the little players and all kinds of different things. So that definition of control, and control is equity, meaning how much actual ownership, also voting, also all the implications there, making sure we're locked up. So that's my interpretation of what you're coming to this with. Okay. So with that, and if everyone's clear on that, then questions, thoughts? And who wants to go first?
I don't have any questions, I have some thoughts.
Yeah, bear with.
I would like to sort of wrap this whole thing up to be done at the end of the month to send the final regs to the secretary, I think that there are a few amendments that we could make that I think would just more align and would make our regulations align better with the intent of the legislature, as I understand them. And then 3, if we were to pull out the ownership and control pieces, from my understanding, it makes the license cap null and void. It doesn't.
Wednesday, I did work till 11.
Someone worked on Wednesday. You want to put yourself on mute. That was interesting. Thank you.
So I would just say, I think we can fix it right now in the meeting with a few minor modifications to the language. And if we to hold it, it actually holds up the whole license cap thing for the time that we're taking a look at it. It's my position.
Are you sure? I already threw some of mine in there. You could show a little.
I have a lot to say. So,
I do have some thoughts.
I do agree on wanting to have a productive conversation today and getting to a more, to a defined course of action. In my interpretation, of this particular policy question is, the financial interest of less than 20% from the way I'm interpreting this is to serve as passive income, like passive investment. And I don't know what you guys think about this, but I've been consistent from the first time we talked about this, where I worry about not having appropriate guardrails that create an environment that allows someone who holds 19.99% of a business from this financial equity perspective, and then layer that with voting rights through management agreements, management rights, contractual rights, or other forms of influence on top of that, because anecdotally, we're hearing that that's happening out in the industry with the current 10%, right? And when we widen that even more, we're going to expect that same level of behavior to also increase with that. And because it incentivizes that environment. And for me, I think about the businesses that are most vulnerable, and obviously our social equity businesses, but just in general, any business that is currently struggling right now, who are seeking financial support and any type of capital stacking that they're looking for. As we know, access to capital is really, really tough in this market. And my interpretation from the legislature is that 20% increase is one that is intended to invite this type of capital access. And I have a really hard time on having any type of voting right associated with that. So for me, it's like there's two different things here, right? It's like economic ownership and control. And the policy question I have openly for us to really talk about, it's like, what rights should someone be able to exercise while being treated as a passive investor for purposes of the license cap, right? And so that is where I'm at with that. And whether some of our businesses know this or not, or feel this or not, it's like I'm really trying to protect ownership of our businesses who are the most vulnerable. And it is easier to undo some more conservative guardrails versus it being more of this free, access, and then us trying to remedy some of that later. And I personally sit right now in that space, and have more to share about stuff right there and see any reactions to that.
My interpretation of the legislative intent was to create parity. Well, first of all, it was to create opportunity, as you said, to bring capital into this market, which I think is a good thing. I think it's great. I mean, businesses struggling out there, difficulty with the traditional banking system in order to get capital. So I think that legislative intent there was very good. I think that to the extent that we can create parity, meaning you got 19.999% equity, that means you get 19.999% voting, and you get 19.999% appointing board members. As long as there's parity, that's kind of where my head is at. Parity, where they put in 19.99 and they got 50% voting, wrong. Disagree. That would be, to me, back to, kind of bad lending practices, if you will, where they're taking advantage. So I think, you've probably heard me say this before. What we do in haste, we pay for in leisure. Okay. So while I'm with you, I'd love to get it done by the end of the month. If it's as simple as parity, meaning that ownership is your voting and your ability to appoint the board. So that is your absolute level of control. That's very transparent. My interpretation, that's kind of what I get out of the legislation. So that I'd be very comfortable with, which is probably a fast track. If we're not on the same page on that, then I think we probably need to take some more time to define that.
Mhm.
But that, in my mind, that's kind of where I'm at. It's parity. It's where you don't have parity that I have a real problem.
May I comment on that?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's where I'm on the different side of the fence there. I don't believe that there should be parity. So, because that's 40% ownership and influence of a company.
Wrong. Oh, absolutely disagree.
So,
If you got you got 19.9% ownership, you only have 19.9% voting. So it's parity. You got 1/5 of the ownership and you got 1/5 of the voting. You don't add those together.
but it compounds a level of
No.
influence.
Absolutely not.
I
Absolutely.
mean,
No, they're the same thing. No, seriously, this is capitalism. I mean, you get 19.9% ownership. You only get that amount of authority. If you go to any public corporation, you can't disproportionately vote shares you don't own.
but then that should count toward your cap.
It should
So-
count toward your cap under the six licenses and, if you're gonna,
Mhm.
yeah, I agree with that.
So, and so that.
But you don't stack it.
I just,
So you would say someone would put in 19.9% capital,
mhm.
yet they only have 10% vote for that.
I'm going even more. I'm saying if we're looking at this whole, even the 10% model or the 10% structure that we have right now. Because what we are seeing in the market is someone who's at 9.99%, right? And then their management agreements.
Yep.
Define all of these aspects of influence, right? So they are determining and influencing the type of product that they prefer, and
That I agree with you on.
so
They should only have a proportional amount of influence on all those aspects that relates to their 19.9, if we assume it's 19.
Mhm.
Proportionally, you own 19.9, you get 19.9% of the vote. What's going to occur in that business? That's it. It's just parity. They shouldn't, where I hope we're not disagreeing is, I put in 19.9% of the capital and I get 5% of the vote. That I disagree with. I don't think that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, yeah, if I
Yeah.
may, and it's, you guys are having a good conversation. I kind of have like
Yeah.
maybe a different
No,
angle.
this is good. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what I'm trying to understand.
A different angle is, I think, starting at a very high level,
Mhm.
we have probably some of the largest set of regulations of any state agency. They're confusing. And then to add differences between ownership and the voting rights, which I'm going to loop back to this, I think it just adds to complexity. And complexity hurts the people that we're concerned about most because they have the least resources to deal with complexity. So that's, I think that's one frame. The other frame, having worked with some operators, is undue influence or a hidden interest does not appear in the documents, the ownership structure in the ways that are easily trackable through cap allocation. So regardless of what we put the voting or the equity at, it's usually through some hidden handshake agreement that we're not always gonna. So I'm just saying that this is not necessarily the best mechanism to we have to be robust in our insight into the capital structure and who's involved in the day-to-day operations through our investigation stuff to really get at that.
And with your experience, have you seen a lot of that where
There's
again, my experience in the private sector, I was part of 2 companies going public, taking them public, raising outside money and everything. And everything, maybe I'm naive, but it was always proportional. You put in 20% of the money, you get 20% of the vote, or 10%, you get 10%, or 5, and you get 5.
And that was actually addressed in the memo from the attorney from Foley Hoag, where it is usually predominantly proportional. And by essentially making the voting interest more expensive, because that's what we'd be doing. That's what our current regulations do, the current proposed red lines, 10% voting, but a 20% ownership. It just makes that a more expensive piece, and that makes it more complex to and to the expense with operators, particularly smaller operators, they're operating more by handshake agreements. So I don't know if it necessarily addresses that concern to help them, again, my perspective.
It's not a handshake agreement when they apply for a license with us or apply for a change in ownership.
Correct.
So if that's not disclosed, then we're back to my transparent. They're not being transparent, which goes against what I think we're trying to do here.
Yeah, and regardless of the percentages, we have language in our regulations that talk about, other things that will show that actually you've got some control that we want to look at beyond the percentages. The last piece I would sort of say is, I guess there could be a question around what is the right percentage number of voting rights to know if a person has substantial control over a business. And that question I think has already been answered in the state's mergers and acquisition statutes 110. And they said as a default, if you have 20% voting rights, or 20% ownership, we're considering you like a beneficial owner, like someone who can control the business. So they've already kind of answered that question, and we would be mirroring that with our voting by making the voting percentage 20%. So I would propose amendments purely on the ownership pieces to make all of that stuff 20%. We will still keep all the language around disclosure around 10%, so we can still have a lot of visibility.
So we see it at a 10% level. But then I keep going down there. Are you proposing what I was discussing, which is parity?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Commissioner Dillabato, over to you.
I would love to hear legal first.
Okay.
So there's a lot being discussed, so I'm trying to pick up what I can. So I think that
People get to watch the sausage being made because we have not been able to talk about this.
yes, exactly.
Again.
The beauty of the live discussion. So,
And I appreciate the spirit in which everyone's doing this and very open. So
we have wrestled with this question quite a bit over the last few weeks and a couple months. What we have found through our research is that parity is the default rules, but that is not necessarily how every business is constructed. And so we need to account for that variable.
stop there. Give me an example where it's not.
So you could have someone have 100% of the voting rights, but less than 10% equity in a company. And yes, that is an extreme example, but we have to regulate to the extreme here. So as much as parity is desired, that might not be how it's constructed in reality.
But we could regulate against that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out the difference, and also in the statute, controlling persons, again, that's relative to the Corey requirement here, but they do differentiate between equity and voting interests. So they separate them. So there is precedent under statute to not have it be parity necessarily, or at least for Corey requirement.
But would it go, do you have examples that go in the other direction? Where I have 20% of the equity and 5% of the voting?
That is a possibility under the not default rules.
Yeah, I would agree that there's the possibility to structure things as you want. It, the money goes to the lawyers who write the agreements. When you go in those directions, I guess, Mike, and it's nothing personal. I guess I would dispute that we have to regulate to the extreme. I think that produced bad regulation. You regulate to what has the impact on the population that you want to have. And we want people to get influx of cash, and we want to have visibility into how the market's developing. So if we need to make further regulations, we can. Incremental regulations honed in on specific targets. In this case, we've got a direction from the legislature. I think that we implement it in the simplest way possible. That's the direction I want to go.
See, this is where every single agreement, like unless there's some model agreement that businesses have with each other, with investors and operators, there's such a variety. There's a variance, and I know of some operators that have really healthy, like best practice agreements, right, on how they work with their, whether it's through an entity like their LLC, their investors and all of that. But then there are many more that don't have that level of sophistication when it comes to their agreements. And I'm more concerned about the businesses that cannot afford your attorney, that cannot afford your financial consultant, that cannot afford the interpretation of what we're asking. So this is why, for me, parity is having parity. I understand the business practice behind that. And it makes sense in the private sector, right? Like, we live in that world of capitalism, right? And however, in this industry, because there are so many, there are many areas of vulnerability and unknown and just gray squishiness, where we're seeing a lot of circumvention around that currently. And so my question to legal right now, just if a person or entity wants to take advantage of the under 20% exemption, so this is where, just entertain the question, please. Can we require that interest to be non-voting or otherwise substantially passive? And if not, right, if not, then what voting or protective rights can we legally what protective rights can legally coexist with that exemption without creating direct or indirect control? That's the main thing I want to get at. What can we legally do in order to create these protections so that there isn't predatory financial behavior, or that's happening? And I know I hear the optimism of like, oh, this is great. Coming from that world too, yes, we need capital infusion into the industry, but we'd be remiss and completely, I don't know, it would be irresponsible for us not to look at the potential predatory behaviors to escalate when there's even more, like a bigger window of what we're already seeing now in the 10% window. So that's the intensity that I'm at right now with this.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Again, it's really directly hitting on what we've been struggling with, and the reason why I think we're recognizing that we may need more time and that 2 weeks might not be enough to get consensus among all of us. So I'd really love to bring up the definition of person or entity with direct control, because that would help streamline the conversation if we had it in front of us. So if possible, if you could pull it up on your screens, that would be great. At least because when we get into the definition, the first line under A is owner, which we've upped to 20% equity. And we did that to be directly responsive to the statutory language there. In the second one under B, we left it at 10% plus this other or other control. And I don't have the exact language in front of me, but B starts getting into this question of control outside of just equity interest. And so I think that goes to your question. And I read the new language under 94G section 16B as allowing your discretion under 20% to explain what control is further. So if you want to add those parameters, I think it's your discretion under 20% what that is. We are collecting any equity interest above 10% voting or equity interest because of that Corey language anyways on the applications. So I think that that's going to come to us, but the parameters are there for you to set. So if you think that under 20% you want to add X, Y, and Z, you can do that and have it hit the cap, is my reading of 16B.
Like, what does more time buy you? Because I think we know
Yes.
questions.
Thank you for that. More time buys us the ability to go into B, C, and D and revise it to have stronger controls or stronger parameters around what is control. Because right now, to your point, it seems like we want to revise it. And when we talk to staff is unhappy with how control is defined, and we understand industry is also. So rather than move forward with something that's seemingly no one's really happy with, a few more weeks, for actually 2 more months to further define that, get public comment through 30, that really helps us. And we still have the cover relative to the 1 year requirement to have everything finalized before 4/27 to get this done and have it included in our package submitted to the secretary by December. So that's again why we're proposing as much to further define B, C, and D.
And you know, I think we take it very seriously when you make a recommendation to us. So I appreciate that very much. we can keep discussing this. I'll tell you where my head's at right now and, show my cards to my colleagues up here. I'm having a hard time getting off this parity thing. I just believe my DNA is I put in 20% of the money, I get 20% of the vote. Yes, we got to do whatever we can to protect against predatory. But with that said, taking more time to further flesh this out, I would support that. I would.
Can I offer?
We're missing something.
Yeah, no.
We're missing something.
I think I have a resolution to wrap this conversation, at least for now. We brought this forward so that we had time
Yeah.
before the end of the month because the stopgap was the
Right.
25th. So having this guidance is actually very helpful. So we can try to work with Commissioner Wilson to mark up the definition and bring it back before you on the 25th. And now that we have your perspective, Commissioner Di Lovato, we could try to incorporate that into the definitional change. And if we can get there, we'll do it. But if not, then we'll have the discussion on the
Is there
25th.
anyone else we can go to? Are there any corollaries out there that we can, take a look? And I do come back, and I know Commissioner Wilson mentioned we have very complex regulations. So I'm about, into number 3, efficient. So I want to, wherever we can simplify and make it easy to understand, back in the days when I was in the private sector and I ran sales organizations, and that was fascinating. You build a sales comp plan. And sales comp plans could be 20, 30, 50 pages long because they account for every scenario that happens. The rule of thumb that I started to develop was if I can't write it down on a napkin at lunch, trying to explain it to someone, I have failed. So I kind of use that acid test. Like if I can't explain it very easily and, using my lens, safe, equitable, efficient, transparent, and sustainable. So I'm kind of stuck on parity. That's where my head is right now. I'm open understanding. I do want to understand how we avoid the predatory practices out there. Absolutely. And we want to try to help businesses, but my take on the legislative intent was we got to get money into this marketplace. And we got to make that maybe as simple as possible without inviting predators. And good, responsible business partners. Commissioner.
I just wanted to add to that, and I just want us to go into this thoughtfully when we're looking at intent versus impact,
Yeah.
right? Because their intent, right, could be, we want parity, all of this, or even on the flip side as well. And we have to think through up until the very end, what is the impact that this will have,
Yeah.
right? So back to my original question, who's going to benefit when we do it? And it's certainly going to benefit people with a lot of capital, right? And who does it harm? And I think that is where I stop right there, right? And I can't really move forward yet until I hear just deeper.
And by the
Yeah.
way, it should help those businesses. So if they're taking an equity partner and let's say they raise $1 million, that's helping them. That's a good thing. They haven't lost control. Let's say in theory, they owned 80%. Now they own 80%. Well, they still have control. They just brought on board a financial partner in the equation.
Can
Yeah.
I just, a comment and then a question for, maybe it's actually for you, Mr. Chair. So the comment is to your, Commissioner Delavato's point. I think that is smart, like other ways in which, individuals gain control of a business. And our current definition of direct control has several call outs that are not, percentages, but talk about ways we'll say that you actually are a controlling person. So specifically under D, to make decisions regarding operations and strategic planning, to appoint more than 50% of the directors, to appoint or remove corporate level officers. So, I mean, we can beef that up, but I think that, whether it's today or at the 25th to sort of move forward the legislature's intent of the 20%. And in other places in the statute, there's parity there. Oh, do you use the chair term? There's parity there. It's you map as a default. Because you are correct. It's a default. It's people can rearrange their agreements, but the default position is we're going to map equity over to control to voting interest. That's the default position. And then just a question to you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a meeting on the 25th? Maybe I just don't know. Okay. So I'd be fine with moving this to that meeting, knowing that we'll make a decision then.
And by the way, if there's an existing business that's taking in an equity partner, they can negotiate them down. I mean, I'll sell you 5% voting interest for effectively 20% of they could do. What I think we're guarding against is, I'm gonna have 19.99, but I get 50% voting. No. I think we should stop that. That's my perspective.
And I think also keep in mind on, even if it's a tenth of the voting right, but then stacking additional forms of influence and control that equate, let's say, to 50%,
Yeah.
right?
You're gonna have to help us there.
Yeah, so
And that's where I really want us to look at, to make sure that that's not a scenario that can easily be
Where they
done.
can
Right.
somehow. Yeah, because we don't want that. I don't think any of the three of us wants that.
Yeah, and of course I want businesses to be able to access
Yeah.
funders, like, we need that, especially in this industry, that's inevitable. We need to make sure that there's capital cash flow or capital flow and investment and infusion in the industry, with
Yep.
the protections there.
there's just one other point I want to.
You got it. Go ahead.
Labor. In Commissioner Wilson's recommended changes, he cited for B to raise it to 20%. So I just want to point out the amendment and talk through it because it'll help give us direction over the next 2 weeks. So from my understanding of your perspective, it's a person or entity that possesses a voting interest of 20% or greater in an NE. The remainder of the sentence is the problematic piece that I'm pointing out that further clarity would be helpful on. So, or a right to veto significant events. I think that that's loose enough language where it might still not be getting at the intent of what you're trying to seek there. And further time to define that is what I was hoping to explore with you.
Before you answer that though, I think that speaks to
Exactly.
Delabato's concern, that even though they have a 20% voting right, they can still squash anything.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna come down cleanly. I disagree with that. I agree with, no, you don't get a veto right. You get back to my parity and proportionality. That's where my head's at. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, I agree with that. I just think the voting rights should match as a default. When I look at this language, I see it as the default. So you got an ownership, if you're an owner, if you have 20% equity, I think we should match that with voting interest. And then to Commissioner Delabato's points, we have some things that you can remove. That if you have, whether or not you reach the 20%, you're still going to be considered a direct owner. So let's say you have 10% ownership, but then you also have the right to veto significant events. You're still going to be considered being a person with direct control. So it's an or. So let's say we did change it to a person or entity that possesses 20% or greater of a marijuana establishment, or the right to veto significant events. If we had 20% in there and a person or had a 10% voting interest, but they also had the right to veto, they'd fall within this definition. They'd be a person or entity with direct control.
They would be defined as that. I get that.
And that then would count towards your cap.
Correct.
Yeah. Correct.
And then there are other, if you go to D, there's other things that if this person has the power to do them, regardless of whether or not they've reached the 20%, we're still going to consider that person a person having direct control.
They give you what you need? Yes, no.
As long as the board is fine with legal working with Commissioner Wilson on
Yeah.
redefining this, I think that we have what we need based off of this discussion.
If you can't, find us other examples. I love not being on the bleeding edge of these things, but we can point to 3 other jurisdictions that have done similar things. That's always a good thing, because then there's a body of evidence we can look at.
Sure.
And
Commissioner Gilman.
I was just gonna say, and even if we can, I'm not sure if this is actually legal or not legal, but if we're allowed to do this, like have some type of just anonymous insight into our market, if there are situations like this that perhaps from a paper perspective we can see. I'm not sure if that's something that we can even do, but I just, like actual examples of situations that are either positive and or a small business owner is now stuck in a situation where they cannot get out and not even appropriate exit.
I don't want to run legal, but I mean, it might make sense not to belabor this point, but to talk a little bit about this delay applying to I mean, we don't know if I have delay, but we're talking about the ownership interest. There are a number of places in the regulations where the 10% specifically applies to disclosure to us about what's going on. And then, maybe if you were to talk about this, I know that our regulations talk about fraud in terms of the failure to disclose, regardless of what, where you're at relative to the cap stuff. So I don't know if that might be helpful in terms of talking about some of that. So, because you're really talking about like, tell us, if you don't tell us, there's gonna be big punishments. And because we want to know what's going on down there on the ground. So I don't know if you guys, maybe I'm putting you on the spot, but you guys might be better.
I mean, just based off of, again, the prior conversation and controlling person as defined by 94G Section 1, I think we have to, anybody that has equity or voting interest of 10% or greater, we have to have them be disclosed on the application. But I guess 0 to 10% is an open question for you all. So
Right.
that is not entertained right now.
Then imagine that 0 to 20%, like even more.
And I'd be very open to having disclosure at all levels, just not to have it hold up somebody getting to their 6th license or under the new scheme. So visibility, I think, is good.
When we put in there auditability, our ability to reach in and check and monitor over time as well.
So we do have the mandate out of Chapter 65 where we have to do our own version of an audit at the end of the 12 months. So ultimately, having this type of information will help better have better data for that review. So again, it's your discretion on where you want us to land. But to Commissioner Wilson's point, having an idea of us before we start amending would be really helpful.
My last question and comment on this. Do we currently have thorough access and visibility to management agreements? Is that something, actually, this is probably a question for Executive Director.
Repeat the question.
If we currently have access to thorough assessment of management agreements. Because that's where from what I understand from the industry, that's where a lot falls in. Like a lot of the gray falls right into those, whether it's how product is distributed, X amount, even though I'm not sure if it's in the regs, but having, like X amount of sales and percentages, like there's a lot that falls into that agreement. And if we don't have access to that as part of this process, then we are not knowing what's currently being controlled, right? So like that could be as simple as 100% control if I'm a 19% equity investor, but I have 100% say on marketing, right? So like we just like that information, do we have it?
I think it's more a question for, is it Director Benikowski?
Yeah, so Director Binkowski and Director Cole can go into sort of a lot of the things that we have, a lot of which we collect through RFIs and those types of things. So, I mean, I think the answer is we have an incredible amount of information, but there are, and within what is required, what some of these agreements people are doing that may not fall into what we explicitly require and therefore may exist without them needing to provide it to us, and in certain instances, we may get it when we go through the RFI process. And so those examples do come up. I would put it as well in sort of your request here for kind of to go, and I'm interpreting your request from before of when we come back on the 25th to talk about a couple scenarios, good or bad, where, the direct control versus controlling person kind of comes into play for examples that we've seen. And we can pull out, names and give you some examples to that effect. And I'm happy to, within that context as well, to kind of provide, these are the common elements in terms of management structure or groupings or agreements that we get, and ones that we've only gotten in the past through RFI, just for you to, I think ultimately the answer is, I don't think I'm ever going to say that I feel 100% confident that we have all documentation between very, complicated ownership structures and controlling structures. But certainly that is a significant amount of effort from our team to get the most amount of information to make sure that it's complying with the regs.
So I would say, following on to Commissioner Delabato, that we should, for your consideration, have access to all ownership agreements, management agreements, and associated side letters. period. You're not gonna do a side letter on the side that no one sees, that kind of supersedes the prior two. So, and we should be explicit about that.
Mr. Chair, if I could just, I'd be curious of legal's comments, so just for us all to sort of be on the same page, my understanding is that we went through the emergency reg round. We got to focus on the things that were changed in the emergency regs. I don't know how far some of the stuff that we talked about goes beyond maybe what's in the scope of the reg. So I just want to put that little pause. Like, it'd be good things to address, but I don't know if they're part of this.
It is, but I think now's the time. You correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get it done in the next 2 weeks. I think that's fair. But I think Commissioner Delabato makes a really good point, which is, again, what are we trying to avoid? We're trying to attract capital, let's just say that. But we're also trying to avoid predatory practices. So you could have, in theory, you could have an ownership agreement, you could have a management agreement, but then you could have a side letter that specifies different things, or even a handshake. And that's what I think we're trying to avoid. So being explicit about that, so that someday when someone violates that, we can point to, you never disclosed. I mean, I guess that's the spirit of what I'm going after.
I think that we have considerably marked up the definition of ownership and control, and then also throughout we've weaved different areas in which it hits the caps issue. So it's probably within the scope as you said, Commissioner Wilson, which we're obviously cognizant of, but we will try to have red lines for you for the.
Just make your life easier or harder. I'm trying to blow the smoke away. I'm looking at you. I feel like, we've created a little bit more for you, but.
I think that this is a complicated issue that has taken a lot of nuance to get through, and this is just continuing that same trajectory. So,
No.
No. Thank you.
I appreciate the discussion and the guidance, and I think that working with Commissioner Wilson and incorporating the board's feedback today will help get us closer to a resolution on this, and we'll do our best to have the red lines finalized for the 25th for your review.
When in doubt, keep it simple. That would be where we can. I feel like I could write it in 2 paragraphs. I'm not an attorney.
Maybe we should work with you, Mr. Chair.
And if I was being paid by the word, I would starve. Okay.
We'll have the conversation on the 25th and be back before you with updates.
And to my colleagues, I appreciate the collegial approach we're all taking, because we all, I think, have good, strong, well-intentioned opinions. And I think it's important that we get it all out there. So thank you.
If I could just ask DGC Baker through the chair as well, the 25th, just explain where that fits. I know we've done it in previous meetings, but where that fits in the emergency reg process with the secretary. And
Mr. Executive Director, I'm happy to speak to that if I may, Chair. So August 25th is the date that has been set for a potential final vote on this emergency regulation package. The emergency regulations went into effect, I believe, June 16th. Earlier in this summer, they stay in effect for a period of 3 months, so long as we follow the 30A process to have the public hearing, have a final vote, and submit a final package to the Secretary's office by August 28th. Those regulations will stay in effect and will reflect any changes that the board may choose to make in the final package. So those any amendments would become effective, I believe it's early September. So 2 weeks after August 28th for the final regulation package to be complete.
Got it.
And just to go off of that, so that means that we have to have a resolution on the 25th, and we're going to sprint to get it done and filed by the 28th, which we will do.
And we will make ourselves available in advance. As you see fit.
thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to point out the importance now on the 25th, but for the direction that received. So if the chair is ready to move to the second agenda item, DGC Baker is going to stay here with the team here. And I believe we're also going to bring up Chief of Staff Andrew Carter. And I believe we already have DGC Bruno with us, who will be participating as well.
Hey, if all right, we are going to take a very quick bio break. It is now 1:45. We will reconvene at 1:55. Thank you. Good conversation. And we are back. Okay. Got another BP topic here, discussion of chapter 65, fall regulatory round. And unless ED has anything, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike Baker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you've heard from this past discussion, there's been a lot of work that the commission staff have done since chapter 65 had passed. We had to learn the requirements of the law, what compliance needs there would be, work with leadership in the commission to identify different areas, and ultimately onboard the new commissioners. We worked through the policy questions that we've put online and are part of the public meeting packet. So we have 11 questions for discussion today. If we can't get to them, we can table them for September's public meeting. I think we're kind of under a time crunch right now. So please just let me know and we can try to expedite these conversations. But ultimately, there's going to be a fall round once we end the emergency regulations. There's going to be a fall round and we do anticipate a spring round. So post April of 2027. Basically everything in the fall round is going to be everything that we need to complete to be responsive for chapter 65, which includes medical de-vertical integration. And we're going to bring Andrew up right now to talk about the medical working group who had been established for this past year and has recommendations that is also a part of your public meeting packet, to give a high level overview of that. And then also part of chapter 65 touches on testing. And so the ED has established a testing working group to work through those policy considerations. So without further ado, I'll bring up Andrew to speak to that.
So just point of clarification. We've done good staff work. Each of us individually has met with you and the team to kind of review these. My takeaway was that we are not going to be doing any voting on these things today. That this is more informative and that you will be working diligently to kind of flesh these out further for a much more deep and then impactful voting type conversation moving forward at some point in the fall. So my question to you, given that we've all been prepped by staff and you've published this list online so people can see it, should we go through each one individually? Or should we open it for questions from the commissioners on the ones that are most relevant and those that they're accepting of at this stage, knowing you got to really deep dive and, come back to us? Would it be a better approach for us to then just take the ones that they really want to discuss here now, and then the others we can table, knowing it's been published and you're working on it? So I want to be very transparent, fits my tea. But I also want to be sensitive. We are 4 hours in at this point, and and if anyone has an objection, if you want to deep dive into each of these, that's great. We may run out of time and then we'll have to table stuff until September, but would that be A, good from your perspective, and B, fair, cordial from the GC perspective?
Yes, entirely.
Okay, all right. So, okay, from your perspective, if I have to, okay, so commissioners, I spent a lot of time on these and had a fair number of questions, which Mike and team were able to answer. Unless you want to deep dive, and if you do, please don't take this as any indication I don't want to do that, but just trying to be efficient. I personally am okay with where they are in the process and they're planning to come back to us. If you want to deep dive on any of these, call it out now. We can deep dive and maybe we save a little bit of time this afternoon and let staff do their work and come back to us.
I kind of have,
Commissioner?
I just maybe for clarity for me, I thought we were going to vote on the medical amendments. I'm just trying to understand.
No,
those weren't going to reg round. Okay. Not those are red line. Okay.
My understanding, no, yes.
No votes today.
Yeah.
No votes today. This is purely informational at this stage, and it's going to help the team to prepare the red lines and bring it back at a subsequent meeting.
I'm certainly happy to hear that input. I guess my bigger point was on the 11 questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do we need to deep dive on all of those now, or hear the ones that you really need us to hear at this point? Mike, we're looking for some guidance, so that is not rhetorical.
I think at this point, we should just table these questions because there's been a difference of understanding of what was going to be reviewed today.
Okay.
We will take up medical more holistically in September, and that was my understanding.
Okay.
We could use some guidance, but now that this list is published, we can go offline and we can talk to you all individually and run through. We won't have red lines come September because we'll really just be getting a sense of where you are the next month, but I think we should just prepare to have a more holistic medical conversation in September.
Well, you'll be writing the 2 paragraphs on the last topic. That's
Yes,
very busy.
exactly. So that's fine with us. The table, the others, but I will just for again, transparency and to set expectations. We have another 3 lists of these, so we do have to get into them more holistic.
Bring it on.
For October and November. And again, just for overall timeline, we're looking to finalize and start the 30A process come December with all of these topics included.
Which I think is terrific. And if you've got those lists, when you're ready, I think we're available. You let us know. We'll make the time. I think the key in all of these and like getting ready for today, like that last conversation was really good. It was probably the most robust conversation we've had with the commission thus far, which I think is great. And the key in all that, I think, is the preparation that we all get to do so we can think about it, ruminate on it, ask questions, and then come here and have an open discussion about it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Edie?
Nope, sorry, I didn't mean to.
So, and again, back to my preparation, the 6 Ps, we all know that. Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance, okay? We're all about the 6 Ps, okay? So proper preparation, thank you, because you prepped us well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think DGC Baker on those policy questions, putting those in perspective, right? There is going to be quite a few. And so obviously through the chair, you may determine that to get through all of these policy questions on our timeline, that we may need some additional dates outside of what we currently have posted. But I just want to clarify today too as well. Before DGC Baker was going to get into those specific policy questions, we did want to make more for the public's understanding of the medical version, which is available online, that the chief of staff was going to generally summarize, so people understand how to review that and be able to get feedback in the future. And then AGC Bruno was also going to sort of tee up some of the testing questions because we will have an opportunity for folks at the end of August as well. So if you're comfortable with them sort of just highlighting those in case there's any questions from the board, but also for the public's interest, and then DGC Baker can kind of talk about, we'll hook up with the policy questions there.
I just wanted to make one quick comment on one of the 11.
Yep.
We've talked about the other 11 offline, so I think you guys know my position on most of them. So just for the board, and so the one on island transportation, number 7, whether to incorporate executive order number 3. So I went through the executive order and just, yes, to move forward on implementing it somehow. I just have I'm hoping that when you bring the language to us, it's got us determining if a vessel is seaworthy. I don't know if the commission's going to be great at that. It's also got some stuff in here around disclaimers that the commission is allowing this but not endorsing it. I don't think that's good regulatory language. So in some of the areas we can make it tighter, focus on what the commission's good at, which is
We can refer to the Coast Guard on that one.
I would just make that recommendation to the legal team.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, so we are at your disposal.
I think we're going to go to Chief of Staff Andrew Carter on the medical.
Terrific.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today I'm just going to provide a very, very brief overview of the recommendations from the Access to Medical Cannabis Working Group. So a little bit of background, the working group was established about a year ago. And we reviewed the medical program holistically. We also examined the changes from Chapter 65 and have drafted some red lines. It is a draft. We will be discussing it more in detail in the future, but I did just want to thank all the members of the Access to Medical Cannabis Working Group, and we also had a consultation team, so want to give a big shout out to them for all of their work. So just very quickly, I'll highlight the summary of key changes, which is a new medical marijuana dispensary license type, which is a standalone dispensary only license that allows entities to purchase, store, dispense, and deliver medical marijuana without cultivating or manufacturing. Vertical integration is no longer required, so existing MTCs are redesignated as fully integrated medical marijuana treatment centers and may elect which license activities they perform. We eliminated the Massachusetts residency requirement, so any person diagnosed with a debilitating medical condition may register as a qualifying patient regardless of state residency. Pediatric certification expanded. Nurse practitioners and physician's assistants may certify pediatric patients with life-limiting illnesses, which is consistent with the framework for adult patients. Institutional caregivers, access was strengthened, so new ordering authority, on-site administration rules, and a renewal structure for caregiving institutions and institutional caregivers. This was done in line with rescheduling. We also looked at certifying healthcare providers and modifying that registration process. And we also developed a opt-in provider list. One of the things that the team deals with quite often is folks looking for providers. So we hope to have a list on our website. Supply chain integration, so targeted amendments to the 500 series to authorize transfers from adult use licensees to medical marijuana establishments and to allow marijuana product manufacturers to produce and transfer above cap products exclusively to the medical licensees. To Commissioner Wilson's recent comments, we did put the administrative order number 3 regarding island transportation into the document as well. Confidentiality, so research related to medical patients is confidential and will not be disclosed via a public records request. And then the last thing I would highlight is conforming amendments. So references to Chapter 10 have been updated, and then global terminology updates throughout. So in terms of next steps, we did meet with Commissioner De Lobato, who is the sponsor of this working group, I hope, and we did basically a line by line of the regulations, hoping to do that with the chair and Commissioner Wilson, if you're so inclined, and we would welcome any feedback and amendment.
Happy to. Just one question first. Who's in the working group?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the working group is consisted of myself, Kate Fisk, who is our interim director of constituent services. We have our general counsel. We have our executive director. We have Jessica Porter, who is our manager of government affairs and policy. And then Director Coble it was also on that working group as well. And then I should thank former commissioners Roy and Concepcion, who previously served on the group. And then we had a consultation team, which was consisted of our CTIO, Paul Clark, Enforcement Counsel Timothy Gooden, Jeremiah McKinnon, who is a former member of the CAB, and I may be forgetting someone else. I think the research department also played a role, so want to thank all of them.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I look forward to doing a line by line of my vote. Sounds like a great afternoon.
Just a quick comment.
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to huge shout out to you, Chief of Staff Carter, because you and everyone else involved did such tremendous work on this. We had to meet multiple times because it took, I think, a couple hours per time that we were meeting to go through the comprehensiveness of these particular red lines. And I think it's incredibly impressive. It's very apparent the amount of time and hard work that went into it. And also it was just a much needed update to be current. And I think it also will position the industry and will position us as we're looking at or monitoring, like the federal rescheduling and the proactivity, I think will be critical. And there's just a couple things that I do want to just highlight. So one, I was really excited about the confidentiality in the research because I've mentioned research already multiple times, and just us inviting that type of insight from other academic institutions, from researchers on the medical and health side. I mean, I've already made it public, and in some of the press where for me as a medical patient, like I would love to see, rheumatologists, like, and doctors who are studying all of these different types of conditions, in the health and wellness space to be able to feel protected under that specific clause that allows for that level of confidentiality. So I'm really excited about that. And just things for us some asks or things to flag. So one, as you go through red lines with the team, I do ask you just keep in mind parity on the adult use side, because we updated a lot, and I think our adult use side needs to have some of that similarity. So if I just ask to keep that in mind. Also for municipalities, also keep this in mind as well. Municipalities will require updating to their zone definitions, to their bylaws, very likely. So that's something that you'll notice and that the team, I'm sure, will share with you. Something for our external partners to be very mindful of. And then also the SDO, the Supplier Diversity Office, is mentioned a lot. And as another partner, while we're looking and using their diverse licenses to be added to priority review. So for example, the LGBTQ license, our disabled veterans license as well, which currently are not, in our scope. And I think that expansion just allows to really honor the intersection of a lot of many historically marginalized communities that fall within this industry. So that's kind of a question, I think, for GAP. Bonnie, the executive director there, I served on that board for the state, and it would be great to have a meeting with them, and then so that we can just talk through this with the executive director, with their chief of staff, and then we can just rebuild a relationship with that agency, because they will, it's a lot of data and information transfer that I think we'll have with each other. And then the last thing, oh no, that's it. The other thing is just keep in mind some updates, as you'll see in here, just the importance of being technologically ready. So our technology readiness, right? So digitizing badges and things that were either approved in the past that we just haven't been able to get to. And I think it just further reaffirms the need for that type of infrastructural investment. If we really need, to roll this out effectively, we have to have that level of investment on that side. But otherwise, amazing job. Yeah, you should be very proud of that.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. And I did forget the legal department. I'm sorry, Erica and Mike and Cam also participated on these regs. So I wanted to give them a shout out as well. And thank you for your kind words.
Well, they touch everything. So it's almost assumed, but it's good to call them out. Terrific. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I am leading up the newly established testing regulatory working group. We're very lucky to have Commissioner Wilson as a sponsor on that. We're very excited to have you. This working group is pursuant to Chapter 65, which directs the Commission to review the Commission's testing regulations and protocols at least once every 2 years, and there's some process to go along with that. We will be looking to take a holistic review of the protocol and potentially propose to the board to establish a new section of 935 CMR to now house the protocol and all of its exhibits, so that everything is easily found in regulation in one place and sets a clear standard for all stakeholders involved as well as our staff. There will be a public hearing set, and if we could go to the next slide, please. So there is a public hearing, as the chair has noted, on August 25th. We will be taking comment and hearing testimony from the public on the testing protocols. We strongly encourage anybody who has any recommendations or potential amendments, thoughts, anything that you would like the commission to consider in these new potential regulations. Please submit your thoughts, and that will help us inform potential amendments. The amendments will also encompass the work that the commission has already been doing to make changes to the protocol. So that will be rolled into this fall round. And so we do look forward to bringing these red lines to the board for your review.
Yes.
I would just say we've talked a little bit about it, so I'm very excited to be working with you and really that whole group that's been put together. And they've been working hard on testing protocol and looking at things in a number of places. I would just ask, I want to firm things up. So we have a hearing at 10 a.m. on the 25th. We're supposed to come back and maybe look at and vote on the equity stuff. Like, can somebody explain to me how it all works together?
I'll just cover it high and low. The GC can correct me. So we have the public hearing that AGC Bruno mentioned earlier, closing out the emergency regs. We're taking that same opportunity on that date to have a public hearing related to testing, which is on the website now. And so that also overlaps with Chapter 65 and the requirements for the testing changes that you will all be potentially undertaking, protocols, regulations, or otherwise, that must be done every 2 years. And so 2 separate meetings on the same day. We had assumed the closeout of an emergency regs, if there were not existing policy questions, normally it's a pretty quick thing. Obviously, we may have some further discussions based on earlier today. So at any given point, the second public hearing does not have to start on time. It can start early. So right now we're posted for 10 a.m. for the emergency regs. And then I believe 11 a.m. and maybe potentially 10:30 we posted it for the testing. So ultimately, it will take you as long as it takes you on the emergency reg route. We'll probably take a quick break, and it'll be a separate meeting for a public hearing on testing, which AGC Bruno can also, expand on, or if the GC, if I missed anything.
Nope, that accurately describes the setup for the 25th. So we'll begin with a public meeting, as the ED just mentioned. We're not expecting that's going to take forever, but we'll work around the timing on that. And then after that's complete, we will then transition into a public hearing with respect to the testing issue. And so the timing will be a little bit fluid on that, just not knowing how long the first part will take, but it'll all take place on the 25th.
And if I could just add as well, I think, kind of within Attorney Bruno's summary here and where the working group is going, the scope of the working group, which I want, kind of feedback as well to unless there's any kind of direction otherwise, is to look at and develop a regulation around testing, which AGC Bruno can kind of describe more broadly. And so part of the benefit of kind of going through this today in advance of the 25th is for folks as they approach the 25th. And that comment period is currently open, but the 25th is when you can testify in person in front of the board. That folks understand that and may be able to kind of direct their public comments or their thoughts to the board, understanding the direction that we're going, which AGC Bruno can further describe. And while I'm speaking, just to kind of wrap up here as well, because this will come up as well, as right now, the 3 commissioners each have kind of specific working groups that they're on. Commissioner Wilson for testing, Commissioner De Lobato for medical, which we just heard about, and the chair on the overall testing, the overall regulation package for the fall and proposals for the spring. And so within that, I think we'll talk about as well, Commissioner Wilson had some recommendations for a different working group. So under open meeting law, because he can't do that behind the scenes, he's put that in the public facing packet. And so we have that for folks to understand. That will go to the other working group, and DGC Baker can kind of summarize some of the other things as well that will go into that whole process, petitions, et cetera, outside of just the Chapter 65 implementation. But on the testing specifically, AGC Bruno, anything else, in terms of folks as they approach the 25th?
Sure, thank you, Mr. ED. So as far as testing and regulation, what we're looking to potentially develop is a potentially 935 CMR 503. We currently have 500, 501, 502 used to house language pertaining to co-located facilities. That has since been repealed. We unfortunately can't revisit that unless we are returning to the same title and subject matter. So next up would be 503. So we're looking to potentially build out a new regulatory section there, which would incorporate the protocols as they currently exist, plus any amendments that you all find appropriate. We will certainly make our recommendations and proposals and go through all of those questions with you. It will also be very much informed by this public comment and testimony. So that's why we're very hopeful that anybody who is interested in these testing protocols and new regulation that we're developing will please submit any of your thoughts and comments so that we can take that into account when developing this new regulatory section.
Mike?
Thank you. And then just to go off of that for folks' edification as well, they can submit and they are encouraged to submit for that public hearing. But then also come December, we'll have red lines out, and under 30A, they'll have another opportunity with red lines in hand to opine on the changes that we're making. So it's really two scoping sessions here of this initial public hearing, which is required by the new statutory language, and then naturally under 30A as their second instance of petitioning us. So.
Can we talk about our field trip yesterday, or are you done? First of all, keep going.
I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we talk about our field trip? I thought it was, I thought it was a good one. Well, no, we can talk about it. So in the efforts and in and around testing, we felt it important to collaborate with partners in state government. And our colleagues and friends at the Department of Public Health were gracious enough to host members of staff and the 3 commissioners, all in separate groups, running in parallel, so we could not talk any policy stuff while we were going around. But DPH was quite gracious to host us and show us the capabilities that exist in the state lab, which if you haven't been there, it's in Jamaica Plain. It's actually a wonderful facility that they just renovated. I thought it was quite eye-opening and wonderful to see that we have partners in state government that we can collaborate with around such an important topic for all of us. So I just thought it was terrific. Yeah.
No, I agree, and it was great timing as we go into this testing round. Some of it may and some of it may not be part of that, but relying on that resource, both as experts as we develop this, but also as a possible resource for what we need to do in terms of enforcement compliance and thinking about those options. I think that'll be a good relationship.
I also, echoing all that, I also really appreciated just the modeling, just of best practices when it comes to testing in all of the laboratories. It was just eye-opening, just for everyone to know that we have a public entity that is just making sure that we're literally being safe and, healthy, and no one's being infected by diseases and just so many things. That's just scratching the top of it. So I think it's exciting with what potential collaboration could look like in the future. And I was really encouraged by the level of excellence in that space. So, yeah.
And thank you again to our friends at Department of Public Health and Commissioner Goldstein and his team for hosting us. And we look forward to working together. So what else? We good?
I would just say, yeah, and so much as we didn't get to the policy questions today, we'll try to take them up in September. And again, we're going to have another few iterations of those questions. So just look forward to working with you on those.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate you and the team and all the work. So unless there is any other items, Executive Director, I think I'm going to see if we can move toward executive session.
Oh, Mr. Chair, and I don't know if do we need to vote to refer those recommendations to the Chapter 65 working group?
I don't believe a vote is necessary. I think that the steps that we've taken, but I would like to clarify, and a vote would not be problematic from my perspective. But ultimately, again, commissioners are assigned various work. We always will work with commissioners to make sure that people feel prepared and have what they need. But ultimately, in some of these topics, as I think I highlighted earlier, if I forgot to, on the secret shopper example, with the shelf audit, it's a prime example of you each have your subject matter expertise that you've been assigned, but something like the shelf audit impacts the Secret Shopper Group, which the chair is the sponsor of. It impacts testing, which is Commissioner Wilson's assignment, and it impacts labeling, which is assigned to Commissioner De Lobato. So in those instances, these are topics that must come back through public meeting under open meeting law in our current situation. And where Commissioner Wilson has a variety of thoughts he'd like to share with the group that is putting together those regulations. He has shared those thoughts through public meeting. It's available online for people to see. And so now, the chair may access that without violating open meeting law. So I don't believe a vote will be necessary. I don't think it's problematic either, but as of now, we will be able to share that with the group.
I don't think a vote is necessary either.
Terrific. Unless there's any other business, I'm going to see if we have a motion to move to executive session. And as a reminder, we will not be coming back into the session. So if we approve this, we will be moving into executive session. So do we have a motion? Second?
Just on the motion, do we say the reason that we're going to executive session?
The reason is stated in the meeting notice, so the reason is stated there. I will just say that we should announce the participants of the executive session before we transition over there.
We can do that. So the participants in executive session will be the Executive Director, Travis Ahern, General Counsel, Kajal, Deputy General Counsel, Mike Baker, Paralegal Ivania Corrales, Solis, and as a reminder, the commission will not reconvene in open session. I can follow my script.
And of course, the three commissioners.
And of course, the union commissioners. Yes. Yeah. So with that, motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Commissioner De Lobato.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Chair Harding, aye. So moved. We move to executive session. Thank you, everyone who's out there who hung in. We're 4.5 hours. So appreciate you.